and start recording on my end. Hold on, I'm not sure that I'm recording yet. Okay. All right. My WebEx is completely lagging right now. Can you guys hear me? Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure what's going on, but my WebEx on my end is basically completely frozen.
Here. I'm going to put the agenda up and see if that works.
I'm actually not able to do anything in WebEx right now. I can't. It just keeps opening and closing. I'm afraid I may have to restart my computer or something.
That's what I was going to say. It's probably worth logging out and.
I'm not sure if that will end the meeting for everybody. But I can't even actually. I don't even think I can actually end the meeting right now. Can't do anything in WebEx.
Just Jay's the host.
Ooh, me? That could be. I'm gonna hit OK.
Yeah, go for it.
Got it.
Can't put the agenda up, but
I'm assuming Tommy's logged out and is logging back in.
Let's hope so. Great one to life.
Michael, do you have enough information to do that?
No,
No, not really.
not really.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I was having technical difficulties on my end, kind of a nightmare.
And Mr. Moore just emailed asking to send him the link because he couldn't find it. So
Okay,
I guess do that first. We'll get started while he's logging in, but this is much better with you.
okay, good. Do you want me to do the Open Public Meetings Act
Yeah,
Do the
announcement?
please.
open public meetings. I'll start with the minutes and resolutions, and you can email while I'm doing that, Jonathan, and so he can get on by the time we get to an application.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that then. Sorry about that, everybody. This is a regular meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment for May 18th, 2022. Notice has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and sending a copy to the Montclair Times, Star Ledger, and Herald News. This is a virtual public hearing. A link for members of the public to join is included in the agenda, which is available on the Montclair website, as is a link to the township's YouTube channel where the hearing can be viewed live or afterwards. The hearing is also being live televised on channel 34.
Okay, call the roll is the other task.
All right, I'll go ahead and do that. Mr. Harrison,
Here,
Mr. McCullough,
Here.
Mr. Caulfield,
Here.
Mr. Church,
Here.
Ms. Harris is excused. Mr. Moore, I'll get him in a second. I'll give him the link. Mr. Simon is going to be late. Mr. Vieira,
Here.
Ms. Martineau is excused. Mr. Sullivan.
Here.
Okay, that's roll.
okay.
Give us the link.
First item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the April 20th meeting. I do not have any changes to those minutes. Does anyone else have any changes? If not, would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes?
I make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to approve the minutes.
Is there a
April
second?
20th.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
We have the resolution for the Bedell Family Partners on Claremont Avenue. I don't have any changes to that resolution. Does anyone else have any changes? If not, would someone like to make a motion to approve that resolution?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman, to approve the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain- Any no votes? Any abstentions?
Payne, Caulfield.
Um, We have the resolution for the Dolgan property on New Street. I don't have any changes to that resolution. Does anyone else have any changes? If not, would someone like to make a motion to approve that resolution?
Make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Payne,
We have the resolution for the Navani property on Wildwood Avenue. I don't have any changes to that resolution. Does anyone else have any changes? Not, someone want to make a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Payne,
And we have the resolution for the Gawler Park property on Park Street. I don't have any changes to that resolution. Does anyone else have any changes? If not, would someone like to make a motion to approve that resolution?
I'll make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Payne,
And then we have the application of the the resolution for the Salvador application on Willowdale Court. I don't have any changes to that resolution. Does anyone else have any changes? If not, would someone like to make a motion to approve that resolution?
Move
The
approval.
motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Payne,
Okay. This is like the first time ever that I've not had any changes to minutes or resolutions, and I'm not sure if it's my eyesight is failing or too busy at work, and I read them normally. Okay. Tommy, did you reach out to Mr. Moore?
Yes, I just added him as a panelist. I sent him the panelist link, but it looks like he used the attendee link, but I saw him in there and now he's a panelist. Mr. Moore,
Okay.
can you hear us? Let's see, maybe he emailed me again.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. Good to see everyone.
Okay. So the first item on the agenda is a request for an extension by Paulette Gonzalez-Sierchio. This is a property that is on Grove Street that also fronts on LaSalle Road. They're putting an addition on the house and also moving the driveway from coming out on Grove Street right at the Mount Hebron Road intersection and traffic light, and putting the driveway onto LaSalle. Tommy, you want to say why they requested the extension?
I'm sorry, I need to pull up the information. I'm still catching up a little bit here. I believe they just requested the extension because they hadn't had a chance to begin the work. But I believe that they are on, and so I can make them a panelist, speak to that. Paulette Gonzalez. I'm going to make her a panelist. Ms. Gonzalez, you're a panelist now, so you should be able to activate your microphone and your camera. All right, I'm going to unmute you. Hello?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Paulette. Thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to apply for the extension. Simply put, we have not been able to find a builder with availability that has been able to give us even an estimate on the project.
And so how long of an extension are you requesting?
We're just requesting 6 months. We think we have found 2 builders who may have availability to start the project this summer.
Okay. Does any members of the board have any questions? Okay. If not, would someone like to make a motion to either approve or deny the requested 6-month extension?
I'd make a motion to approve the 6 months extension for application 2722.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Hopefully start building later this summer.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay. The first actual application is that of Erica Culpepper. This is for property at 1 Carolin Road. This is an application for a bulk variance to construct an addition. Property is in the R11 family residential zone and is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 31 and Block 3504. A variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-45T1, which requires a front yard setback along Grove Street of 69.3 feet, and with the addition will have a setback of 17.5 feet. Are taxes paid, and is the notice in order?
Yes, and we have on as a panelist Erica Culpepper, the applicant, and the architect Christine Ballant.
All right, let me swear both of them in. If you would both raise your right hands, do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board? Are they muted, Tommy?
Erica just activated her microphone. She's unmuted now.
All right, so I just swore you in. I didn't hear I do.
I do.
And is that Erica? Is that you?
Yes, that's Erica.
Okay, just give us your name and address for the record, please.
Erica Culpepper, 1 Carolin Road, Montclair, New Jersey, 07043.
And your architect is whom?
Christine Ballant?
And is she present?
Yes.
Okay, I also tried to swear her in. Would you say I do to the swearing in?
Erica, I don't see that her mic is not active. I don't know. We have a couple people that have called in. Do you know if any of those might be her?
Her name is on. I see her name in the presenters.
Right. Okay. She just activated her mic. She should be able to unmute now.
Mute. I do.
Okay, give us your name and address, please.
Christine Ballant, 127 Wilson Avenue, Aberdeen, New Jersey.
And you're a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey, is that correct?
I am.
And your license is in good standing?
It is.
Okay, so Ms. Culpepper, I don't know if you want to start off or you want to just flip it over to the architect.
Christine can start.
Okay.
Can we look at the survey first? The survey plot plan and photographs of the property?
Sure. Give me one moment.
I'll need a couple minutes with the survey.
That is loading currently.
Oh, that's the plot plan. Okay, maybe it's
You want it
connected to
on
the survey. The
you want
exist-
just the survey, just
yeah,
the
just the
existing
survey.
conditions. Okay.
Right, so that we can get oriented, and then, if necessary, photographs or just the plot plan. Well, there we are. Thank you so much.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
can everybody see that?
Yes.
So we have a corner property on Carolin and Grove, and the current front yard setbacks on Carolin, it's difficult for me to see actually right now. So I'm going to look at the actual survey. It's 34.9 at the front of the house, where Erica would like to rebuild the front porch because it was replaced long ago, so it's not original to the house and it's not matching and wants to be redone. She doesn't like the railings, so that is part of the project. So we might as well show you that portion. On fronting on Grove Street, we have in this line a 19.65 front yard setback. And then at the next corner, it's currently 18.69. Later, we'll look at the architectural plan and we'll understand what these components of the house are even better. The lot line is the solid line here, and you can see beyond the lot line is a fence line. The fence is a chain link fence that's quite old. It's been there a long time, and it turns inward here at the driveway and then makes another turn and connects to the garage where there's a gate. Then along the other side of the house is a fence line with a gate, and this is the walkway and the walk to Carolin. At this dimension line is another piece of chain link fence that you don't see in the survey. It's obscured by that dimension line, but if we go to the photos, you can see that that is historic and just as old as the rest of the fence on the property. So in the back, we have an existing one-story garage. The house is 2 stories now, except for the L projection on the side, which is just, oh, that too is also 2 stories. So we can go to photographs. I saw some photographs. That was great, Tommy, and we'll move on to the plot plan next. Those photographs are good. Oh, shoot. Darn it, I lost you. Oh.
We're still able to hear you, Christine.
Okay, I don't see anything, so I can just talk, and so I won't know what photographs we're looking at. But if we go to any photograph facing Carolin, you might be able to see that fence, and you may be able to see, I know in my photographs, I'm not sure about Tommy's, we can see the fence along Grove and along the front of the house, and we can see different sides of the house. On the plot plan, if we can go to the plot plan, you see the original 2-story portion of the house, and you see a lot of notes. The cross-hatched area of the house is where we propose to put in a 2-story screened porch, which will be accessible from the existing dining room on the 1st floor, and up on the 2nd floor, it'll be accessible from a bedroom. And then we're proposing to put nice covered stairs out of the house, because the current entrance into the 1st floor of the house to the yard is really challenging, and you'll see that in the floor plans later on. The single hatched area is a 2nd floor addition proposed, which will be open below, and it's over where there's an existing patio. We're adding a little bit of pavers, but not a lot. There's already a patio there. So the front yard setback proposed at the support of the roof over the new stair and the landing of that is on the plot plan at 17.5 feet. The reason it is that is because the house, of course, is not exactly perpendicular to the property line. So we're just really lining things up and putting a nice roof over the stair. The corner of the 2nd floor addition is at the magic number 25, because part of this zone would have a front yard setback of 25 feet if it didn't have the complication of needing to sort of average with the neighboring lots, which I understand, it makes sense, but we're using this magic number of 25 for the second floor because it really enhances the second floor. If we could jump to page Z1 now, Z1 shows us the existing basement plan or site data or zoning data, and it also shows us our proposed plan on the right side, just for basement and foundations. We're not disturbing the site a whole lot, and we're not disturbing it a lot for a lot of reasons. One, we don't want to build all that much and be that disturbing, but we also have some old trees on the property too. There's an old magnolia. So the less foundation we put in, the better, and the less money we spend. And the less impact we make to the property. In the site data, it says the only variance we're asking for is a front yard setback. And you've already heard that. So we can really go to the right side of Z1 now. Actually, if you look at the left side, that's what's existing. There's the boiler room, there's a crawl space under a part of the house on the southeast corner. The laundry room is down there, and there's a tiny little bathroom down there. And there's challenging stairs, and the entrance to the house currently to the outside that isn't to Carolin, where you're presenting to the public, but the way you would get out of the house from the kitchen up on the first floor is going down very narrow stairs and going through this door to get out. So it's part of the reason we want to do what we do. If you go on the right side, you see our foundation plan. On the right side, above that existing crawl space is more crawl space, which will be the foundation under screened porch at the first floor and the second floor. And then you see beyond 4 masonry piers, which will take care of supporting the new second floor and also the roof over the proposed stair. If we go to Z2, we see our existing first floor plan, and we see actual trees. I know they're drawn kind of diagrammatically, but the trunks have been located. And you see dashed stuff is what's proposed to be demolished. So at the front, we're proposing to demolish those existing stairs. We're proposing to demolish the gate on the west side of the house, where we have a small side yard and that existing side entrance. You see part of the patio lines that are existing that connect to another patio and to the garage that is off the sheet. But that garage off the sheet, you can kind of correspond to the plot plan if you really need to get oriented to where the one-story garage is. The driveway and the garage are beyond that magnolia tree. And you see that we want to get rid of 2 windows currently and put our doors there from the dining room to the new screened porch. So if we go to the right of Z2, you can see that new screened porch, and that we're looking to put fairly grand stairs, comfortable stairs to walk on. The reason here that we're doing this, well, we want comfortable stairs. If we're going to build them, we want them to be safe for bringing food out, to have a connection to Grove Street, to see when the bus is coming, to see family members or guests coming to the house. And we also, my client does not like the current railing design she has. She would like a flat top to them, and we can achieve that by having a landing and a couple of steps and then another landing and a couple of steps. It's graceful and it's comfortable. So that is what we're doing out there. It's attractive and nice. Let's go to Z3 so you can see the second floor, and then we can get to the outside of the house. The second floor plan on the left also has dashed lines. We're also looking down for orientation with lighter dashed lines. So you see the front entrance stairs also are dashed. You see the patio below, they're also dashed. But you see we're making a lot of changes. This is a 3-bedroom house. It's really tiny. It doesn't have real closets. They're not even 2 feet deep. As you come up the winder stairs to the existing hallway of this 3-bedroom house with 1 bathroom on the second floor that's shared, You see, to get to the existing bedroom in the front, the small child's bedroom, you have to go through this narrow angle to get furniture in. And that is also what goes on. You're still negotiating this turn to get furniture into the master bedroom. So there's just a lot of tight spaces, tiny closets, and we're really looking to bring this up into the 21st century and make the house better and more usable for everybody who lives there. And it's really Erica and her 2 children for now, and the kids may be moving out in the near future. But still, there's a desire to just really make this house much better and usable for everyone here. Looking to the right, we move the master bedroom. So the master bedroom becomes part of the addition. So changes we do on the right, first, if we look at that bedroom on the southwest corner, by getting rid of the tiny closet and that angled entry to the room, you can get a real bed in the room, and we're giving it a new closet to the right. We're keeping the chimney in the house, and that chimney kind of controls where we put the doors to the bedrooms, but they're a straight run from the stair, so furniture gets in and out more easily. Real closets are getting placed into the bedroom in the front, which will still have a view of Grove Street and a view of Carolin. And the master bedroom will end up having access to the second floor of the screened porch. It'll have a sitting dressing area, a nice walk-in closet, because right now Eric is really challenged in the master and she's used all of the hall closets. So we're going to keep the hall closets, but we'll be able to store in those the things that really are shared and should be there. And the house really is lovely. The detailing is beautiful. So all of that we can keep, we want to keep. She's getting a nice walk-in closet and a very nice bathroom with views of the yard, and also views of Grove Street from the sleeping area over the 1-story porch roof or stair roof on the floor below. If we go to Z4, we can see on the bottom the existing front elevations on Carolin and Grove. I didn't draw the chain link fence. Not the kind of thing I really thought warranted my time. But I did draw quite accurately things that are there. The gutters and leaders are even shown. The windows are there, the existing doors are there, and you can see on the railings there are varying angles because the stair pitches changed and the stairs weren't built real well. So I agree, the front stairs really do need reconstructing. So we're doing that as part of this project. If we look at the Grove Street drawing on the lower right, that is what's existing. We see the sunroom has the 3 rooms, the master has 2 windows above, and then we see that notch out of the house with the windows we propose to get rid of and have them be the dining room's access to a screened porch for some comfortable access to light and air, a view of Grove Street, and just making things a little bigger so that they're more comfortable and safer. And then the same happens again with just that same little bit of addition with a screened porch on that level. So if we look above, we also see a proposed new fence to get rid of the chain link fence that is facing Carolin. The existing chain link actually even extends beyond the property line, but we're not intending to do that. We're intending to hold it back. The idea is here, because there is no gate in that chain link fence connecting the yard, the backyard, what we think of as the backyard, to the front yard, even though it's all front yard along Grove and Carolin. And there's a need for some connection there. And the thought was to do something much more respectful than a chain link fence. However, we would like to keep the chain link fence now, and we can go to reasons about that more later. And part of it is because we really don't even want to fence in the whole yard in the future and bring more fence introduction even though we have the need to defend the space for a while, it might be preferable to do with landscaping down the road or another fence like this. But right now we only want to have 2 gateways done in a new, nice picket fence, no maintenance, with archways to give it some character and look like a nice residential presentation. Facing Grove Street, we see the 2-story screened porch, which is intended, the addition is intended to be more painted clapboard, matching the existing. Of course, the whole house will be given a new color. Windows are proposed to be replaced with clad wood windows so that they can be wood on the inside but clad on the outside and without maintenance. However, the structure on the screened porch is intended to be painted. The railings are intended to match the railings, the no maintenance system railings, if we go that route, on the new stairs at the front entrance and out the screened porch out the back, and enclosing the porch as a guard. If we go to Z5, we finally see the existing north facing, which we think of as rear, and the west side existing elevations, and then what's proposed above it. If we start with the north side, this is essentially the new entrance becoming to the house for the owner. The new, safer, weather protected entrance that is an entrance to the house from the parking area, and away into the screened porch and thus into the kitchen and dining area. We were essentially kind of almost creating a pergola construction with 3 piers and an articulated beam nicely cut on the ends to pick up the roof of the stair addition as well as the second floor addition. Facing the west side, the intention was to have no new windows from the second floor to continue privacy with that neighbor and, you know, simply give our focus to the streets and the yard of this property. And that's really all I have for now. And I'm sorry I can't see you all. I don't know if you can see me. I'm sorry. Any questions? Hello?
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess one question I have for you, Christine, if we go back to the design of the 2 enclosed porches.
Yeah.
I think, I'm not sure what page that is, but yes, that's the one. So,
Do you want in plan or elevation?
right, yeah, the Grove Street facing, that's the side I'm talking about here. So it's a very interesting design. I'm wondering, is this a unique design, or is this a design that exists elsewhere in Montclair? I'm just not familiar.
No, I mean, it's custom to this building. It's unique to this building and my client needs. I look at all buildings and sites as custom, and it's a mix of her needs and how we can make it fit the house without changing its character very much. The intent was to change or to maintain the original roof line where the house, like if you look at the front of the house facing Carolin, you could see the house was a gabled roof that was very shallow, but they knew a shallow roof isn't pretty. So they put the extended eaves on the front at a steeper pitch. And then they had a porch addition off facing Grove. And at some point, historically, that got closed in. But that has a really, really low pitch. So that really, really low pitch, as well as the other pitches, are what I'm simply just continuing back for the low pitch over the screened porch and the main house pitch for that second floor piece coming out to that 25-foot corner that is historic, that might predate what you've got going on with the front yard stuff in the zoning code now. which I understand and love and respect, but you know, it was a logic to go to that 25-foot point, and to respect that in terms of solidity, considering that the screened porch will remain roofed but not enclosed because it's got guards and screens. And it does have a glass door entering it, but the idea is to really keep this glassed or screened and open, really screened and open.
So I like the design of the stairwell on the front of the house and the back of the house, the way you have them matched up. That looks very attractive. I'm wondering, I would assume that given the porch on the first floor coming off of the dining kitchen area, that it could have a tendency to be an entertainment space. So I'm wondering, with that bedroom then over the open space over that stairwell, what's what you're thinking in terms of soundproofing or reducing as much sound that could ultimately be a disturbance to the occupant in that master bedroom space.
Well, I mean, the homeowner is going to have control over what is happening in the house. And he has the option from her bedroom dressing sitting area of closing her exterior grade French doors. We're putting on their clad Anderson patio doors going out to this screened porch. So if somebody was noisy in the kitchen, well, I guess I could see myself just shutting the door and not wanting to hear them. But if I'm on the screened porch and my son is outside on the porch entertaining, I guess I'm going to be talking to him through the porch. But I don't think we're looking at a problem with that here because it's family living and we want to be able to talk to each other, not on the phone. But if we can kind of shout through the window, we will. I would. I mean, maybe maybe Erica could answer that better, but.
Well, just before she does, I mean, I know that, you know, sometimes what happens in newer constructions, and this of course is in part a new construction, that, you know, a living space can be built over a garage, for example, you know, and so and the sound of the vehicle going in and out of the garage will resonate in that living space above it. So really, that's the question that I'm asking. You know, have you built plans to sort of mitigate noise in the master bedroom, given the fact that you have all this open space essentially underneath?
There is no way to engineer keeping sound out from the screened porch at the first floor. There's no way to keep that out of the second floor screened porch. The exterior walls of the house will have weather insulation in it, and we're going to use spray foam insulation, and the spray foam insulation also does have very good acoustic principles. So that's going to help muffle sound into the bedroom. But of greater concern here is traffic from Grove Street. And that doesn't seem to bother Erica at all. She likes the connection and kind of likes the sounds. So I may have a unique client, but she really wants connection to the street. And I don't think she's going to make so much noise that she's going to disrupt the street. And I don't think she's going to mind the sound coming into her screen porch. And we will have insulation in the walls like we have to.
I'm not worried so much vice versa in terms of her making sounds. But Eric, I think you can speak for yourself.
I think right now, because I've been in this house since 2006, so there is quite a bit of noise already, and I think it just has become a part of my experience in this house. So the noise from the street for me is more melodic, whereas for other people, it could be considered a nuisance. So the way it's built right now, I don't anticipate any additional issues outside of what I already experience every day, which for me is just a natural part of living in this home.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Christine, are the windows being redone in this?
Yes, they are.
All windows are
The
being redone?
Yeah, and the windows in the house already have vinyl replacement inserts that were done by the former owner, and
Okay.
they're failing. So while you can see remnants of trim, we're not working with the original windows.
Okay.
So we're going back in with some nice double glazed windows that will have a respectable look. There's no telling if there were divided lights on the house originally, but Erica is really fond of them. So we're going with nice ones from Anderson with 7/8 wide or 1 1/8 wide, probably 1 inch or 7/8 wide divided lights if we can.
Okay.
For the grills, with a nice profile. And yeah, that's the idea, is to change the windows in the whole house.
Okay. Could I ask your opinion on that second story master bedroom overhang? What is how do you feel like the response, like what's the environmental aspect of that? Like, how do you keep that warm or during the winter times? Like, does you have to be more heated than other parts? Like if it was built with a crawl space or something like that?
Oh, no, I can say my floor joists are 2x10s. If I pack that solid with spray foam insulation at like R8 per inch, you're going to get way better than the R30 batt insulation. And R30 batt insulation, if I used the, I would have to use the cathedral ceiling grade batt insulation to get it in the floor there to get us R30, but I can use a lot less with spray foam and get us R30. So my point is, we're going to have R30 or better. I'll probably go up to like R36 or better.
Okay.
So it'll be fine, and I think we're going to be creating a good outdoor sheltered area in terms of a little more wind protection to the yard. And it enables retaining the current relationship of the kitchen to the views of the outside.
Okay. Okay.
And the kitchen was renovated not so long ago with permits, and the contractor that Erica liked working with. So it would be shameful to wreck all that. And there was no intention to make the kitchen any bigger.
Yeah.
So we were just kind of stuck there. And of course, with the front yard setbacks, I'm sorry that noise came from my cat. She wasn't invited to the meeting. But yeah, I don't think that'll hurt the floor at all. And of course, I'll be very careful with the supply lines of the water to the bathroom.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. The steps, the front and back steps. Is there in the front part? Is there a elevation difference? Like, is there a kind of a slight elevation up to the building at all?
If you notice on the elevation drawing Z5 and Z4, if you look at the existing on the bottom, you see how I have these little slopes. I literally meticulously measure from the existing grade to the bottom of the siding, which is pretty darn level around the house.
Yeah.
I'm super meticulous. We did not have topography on the survey, and
Gotcha.
there is some slight differences. There's remnants of old fences and pieces of former grading before the current landscaper. So there's a lot going on, but this is an accurate representation of what the grade is doing. And as we come out further, I have a good feel for which way the grade is going. So I think we can get a more level out there and still pitch out.
Okay. It's just a whole lot of stair, and over time, stairs do rot, but that's concern later on for the homeowner.
Masonry. We're going to do this with
We do.
masonry.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah. So one thing I should tell you is Erica would really like stone for the facing of the piers of the columns and the facing of the stairs with actual stone slabs or precast pieces for the treads.
Okay.
That is the wish list desire. We realize stone is a new introduction. And when I have noted the material here, I have said cultured stone or a painted parge coat on the masonry.
Okay.
So we could literally just build this with concrete masonry units, which would be a lot more economical, and put a concrete like stucco parge coat on it and paint it, and it would exactly match the base of the house. And the base of the house currently has a painted parge coat on it. We're really looking to match that and blend with that.
Okay.
So yeah, we're looking to not have real steps or in wood. It's a lot of steps, but we're looking to do it in masonry so it lasts and not be decking material out there.
Okay. Last question, Christine. The roof that you have over the back steps, are they going to have? Is it on that roof line? Will there be a leader on that roof?
Yeah.
Okay, and where's that leader going? Is the leader just going right down into the yard there? Because it's kind of a low point. I just feel like in the wintertime, the homeowner might have a ice issue going for, in that situation. Less melt, and et cetera.
Yeah, we'll go to the survey there. I think that the intention is a copper ranging there, so it's not clunky and ugly. It's called, well, not a copper, but we'll have an aluminum ranging there. And
Okay.
where that will be hitting in the yard will really not be where the owner is going to be walking. She's going to instead walk under the addition to get to the paving. If she went forward into the yard, she'd be into the planted area and the trunk of the gorgeous old magnolia. The magnolia is going to certainly be cut back for this addition, but we're going to try and save the magnolia and not introduce more paving close to that. So she'll come down the stairs to the landing and she'll hang a left.
Okay.
And
Okay.
take her patio that she already has in her path to get to the car.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
I have no questions now, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you. Have you looked at the Historic Preservation Commission's comments 2 through 4, and would you let us know what you've done inconsistent with those comments? And by the way, looks like a great project, just so you know.
Thanks. I have to pull out the report, and I definitely responded to those, but I gotta find the report. Do you have the date on it? And what page number is it on?
It's March 11th. It's just a one-page report from the commission itself.
Right. So number 2 says the picket fence facing Carol Road.
Yeah, if you just read it to me, because my folder is 2 inches thick.
Sure. So the picket fence facing Carol Road should be painted wood, not PVC, if you would speak to that.
I understand that painted wood is something that we have as clapboard on the house now. And there are reasons Erica would also like painted wood, but if we get realistic and think about the future of the house, a textured PVC, if we could accept white with other elements of the house clad in white, like the windows having a cladding that will never ever have to be painted, it would be really smart to go with something clad. And the PVC with texture could also come in a color, and we could also do it in an aluminum that has a Kynar finish. You know, it could be a green color, it could be blue, it could be a dark cream color, it could be whatever color Erica wants. So I know there's a lot of flimsy plastic PVCs out there, but we're looking for something that has concealed fasteners and aluminum inside that's sturdy. And I think so that you don't have to get out there and paint every 5 years, it would be really nice to do this with a non-historic material that at least has a profile and looks historic with a picket shape.
Okay. Number 3, it says the existing chain link fence between the southeast corner of the property and the new picket fence extending from the southeast corner of the house should be removed.
The fence is there and it's serving many functions, and the Historic Commission heard reasons for keeping it, and I will go through some of those reasons. The corner of the property at Carolin and Grove is a bus stop. If that fence were not there, extending essentially to the corner of Erica's property, people would be waiting in her front yard for the bus. There's a thoroughfare along Grove Street and there is no sidewalk. So when people walk in that grass planted strip, they can easily just walk into Erica's yard. So that existing fence is defending the yard currently while giving her a visual connection to Grove. And I think it would be harmful to the property if we took it away because of what would happen from the front of her house to the corner. And ideally establish plantings that could defend the yard, something like an attractive yucca or a bunch of them that is vegetated plant that's established, that could be planted right next to the fence. It needs to be established before we remove the fence, or else it will be trampled by the people waiting for the bus. Visual connection is really desired, and currently one of the paved patios in the backyard next to the garage is her son's basketball court. He knows how to play. When a guest comes over and the ball rolls, it's not rolling into the street because of the presence of the fence. So you could say, why don't we just replace that whole fence with the same picket fence there? But we don't want to do that because we'd really rather not have the fence down the road. We'd really prefer to establish plantings, but get this construction done. Because right now that chain link fence is going to act as a construction fence. And it's still keeping people out of the front yard.
I just have one bill to that also. There are several accidents on the corner and mishaps. People run into the electrical pole, just accidents on the street. And so the gate becomes a form of protection to keep the issues on Grove Street and not in my yard.
Okay.
Erica, that's not your fence, it's the town's fence, so, you know, you don't need to remove it.
Well, I was just giving justification for needing it for all the reasons Christine said. Plus, there's a lot of activity on Grove Street that I need protection from.
Okay.
Wow. So that is the first I've heard it be the town's fence, but I do see since it is on town's property, I guess it is the town's fence.
And number 4, the windows on the east elevation of the second floor addition should be resized to avoid any damage caused by snow accumulation between the east facade and the gable of the exterior stair roof?
We did that. We shortened those windows and made them shorter double hung windows. I do have a cricket in the roof there, but Eric is fine with the windows being of different sizes in the room. And at the rear, I'd like to have an egress window, even though, yeah, we need an egress window. The porch is not a means of egress. So we have the rear of the bedroom and the rear of the bathroom both have equal matching large windows, which is the code size that we need today. I mean, there's other code sizes that meet the requirements, but there's our egress window. They're much larger than the house's original windows because this is a tiny house. It's a really small 3-bedroom house. So everything is scaled down from its stairs to its windows to everything about it. But that which we're building is functional and to code. So we have the big window there and small windows facing Grove.
Okay, and so this will address potential issues with snow accumulation?
Yes, I've done crickets many a time with a roof shape like this, and my ice and water shield will actually go up that Grove facing side of the second floor addition. And it'll come down over the cricket and it'll actually go up over the ridge of the roof of the porch.
Great, thank you, Christine.
You're welcome.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christine, I guess for everybody's benefit, can you describe the variance that is required? I think I understand, but I think it will be beneficial to hear from you.
Okay, the best way for me to describe the variance required is if we go back to the plot plan drawing. So, Tommy, I'm going to bother you and ask you to go to the plot plan. The variance that we're asking for is a front yard setback variance along Grove Street. The house has an existing front yard setback at its southeast corner of 19.65 feet. Its closest front yard setback is 18.69 feet along Grove because the angle of the property is not exactly perpendicular to the house. So our existing front yard setback is 18.69. As we line up with that line, we're asking for 17 feet and change for the support of a roof to an open stair and for a 2-story enclosed porch. And our the entire width of Erica's property is in her front yard. The front yard setback, what is our front yard setback? 69 feet? I gotta look on Z1. I think our front yard setback, because the houses along Grove are set back so far, Erica's property is required to have a front yard setback in her neighbor's yard. So there is nothing Erica can do to her house without paying a lot of money and getting variances and asking for a favor. And that's our favor. We're asking to be able to add a second floor addition, which will give her a nice master suite. And the corner of that addition will come within 25 feet of Grove Street, which in that zone, the front yard setback is 25 feet, except for this caveat that you've got to average the setbacks of your neighbor's yard if they're greater than 25 feet. So, and her house was originally 18.69 feet. And when Erica first came to me, she wanted to make the house bigger, but her initial thought was to just get closer to Grove and make it L-shaped and build more along Grove. And, it's always this unfortunate surprise when variances are required and when dreams get squashed, where you can make no addition to this house without asking for a favor because any addition requires a front yard setback.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, I'm thoroughly confused about the fence at this point. Where is the new fence going to be located?
The new fence is only proposed to replace the existing one piece or two pieces of Carolin Road chain link fence. So there's a side yard of roughly 10 feet to the west, and where the existing chain link fence is, it's really hard to draw this stuff in on a plot plan when it's at 20th scale. But near her front door on Carolyn, if you walk back about 8 feet, she has an existing chain link fence with a chain link gate that brings you into the backyard. That she wants to change into a pretty picket fence that you see on Z4 in elevation.
Okay.
And on the Grove seat, on the right side of the house, if you're on Carolyn, perpendicular to the southeast corner of the house, going to Grove Street, there's currently a 4-foot tall chain link fence there with no gate in it. And she's got a landscaped area there. Her landscaper has bermed up, and there's yellowish hedges, there's bushes, there's a bunch of bushes. So obviously the landscaper is going to have to put some stepping stones to get through that landscape and go through the gate. But the proposal is to put the gate in its archway in the center of new fence to just get rid of the ugliness of the chain link and to kind of offer some protection. It's like kind of another defense, but a way for Erica to also get out, because if she's in her backyard, she'd like to be able to get to the front yard and go through a gate without jumping over the fence. And yet still have a fence that gives some protection. There's no pets, there's no animals, and that fence is not even going to connect to the chain link fence that I've been hearing called the town's fence. Because it is on the town's property. It was put there by a former owner long ago, but more of that chain link fence that matches it goes around her driveway and goes up to her garage. So that stuff's been there a long time. And the former neighbor on Grove, well, yeah, there's a new neighbor on Grove. The neighbor to the north on Grove, you can see in at least some of my photographs some broken piece of PVC fence. So I understand if you have prejudice or feelings about PVC fence. Some of them are not really made very sturdy and they have a shiny coating. So there's some of that over there, but it's off the property. It's not hers. Yeah.
I want to go back on to the fence on that side that's now on the screen on the east side of the house. So currently, as you said, there's no gate there, but it does tie into the existing chain link fence that runs parallel to Grove Street. One, there's a section of that looks taller, even though it's set higher where the landscaper bermed it. But I'm trying to understand how the new fence is going to be. I assume it's going to be in the exact same location. Is that correct?
Right. It's going to hit the house in the same spot.
And it will be the same height other than at the gate as shown?
Right.
I mean, the same, it'll be a uniform height other than the gate. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that's the intention.
Okay, then I guess you confused me a little about it not reaching the chain link fence parallel to Grove Street. What there'll be a gap between the two?
Yes, yeah. So I mean, the intention is to stop it at the lot line and to not.
So it's that whatever it is at that point, which is probably a few inches, not.
And they're dissimilar materials. So, I mean, the chain link fence is just serving a purpose to keep pedestrians walking within the distance from the curb to the chain link fence. But the fence that's facing Carolyn is serving Erica in another way. It's just defining, it's separating her front yard from backyard and giving her a way to the front.
And for the condition 4, the historic preservation dealing with the windows, you said you would revise the plans. The plans we have are predate that. Have you submitted those plans to the planning office?
I certainly have, and the PDFs that we're looking at, Z1, Z2, and Z3 have a date of January 12th, 2022 in the lower right corner.
Right.
And Z4 and Z5 in the lower right corner have a date of 3/22/2022. So what we changed there was the windows, facing Grove at the second floor. So on Z4, the 2 windows that you see over the roof, they're very squat double hung windows like you would have more often traditionally in a bathroom. Bathrooms were required by code to have windows for ventilation, and what you see traditionally put in houses is these little 2x3 windows. These are almost those, but they're a little wider. But they're really short windows. They're as short as you get. And the other change was the addition of showing all of the downspouts and roof leaders. So if you, for example, look at Z4, the original Z4 we had didn't show the existing aluminum gutters and leaders. They are now labeled on them. So if you look at Carolin Road, if you look at the right side of Carolin Road over that low pitched roof over the existing sort of sunroom at the first floor and part of the master suite. It says existing rectangular K style with flanged aluminum gutters and rectangular roof leaders, yada yada. So that all that stuff is there and you see it drawn in profile there, and that it drains to grade. And thus that's repeated above. There was a broken gutter. Obviously, we're not keeping a broken gutter, and all of the gutters and leaders are being replaced. And the drainage works. And the location where I have the roof chains is at that northeast corner of the roof over the stair landing, and it's a big stair landing. It's really patio that's roofed. That's really watering the garden. And that's not really taking a lot of rain either. It's the rain off of that porch.
And I'll confirm we did get these plans, and I thought that these updated sheets had been slipped into the sets that were distributed.
They were. I
Okay.
just, the cover sheet still has, the earlier sheets have the older date, and I just wanted to be clear that, the plans before us reflect that change.
Okay.
Okay, Tommy, you want to put up the call-in number? Okay, are there any members of the public who have comments, questions, testimony, anything whatsoever they want to say about this application? If you're, if you're on the WebEx, we're going to unmute everybody and can call on you. If you're watching on the YouTube, Montclair YouTube station, or on channel 34, you need to call into the number there that's on the screen. And, so we'll wait a little bit to give you a chance to call in. But, if you have anything you want to say about this application, or if you have any questions about the application, this is your opportunity.
Everybody that's an attendee has been unmuted, so if you'd like to say something, you can speak up now, but also keep in mind, if you have any background noise, that you've been unmuted.
The roof over the
The stair landing, and it's a big stair landing, it's really patio. Really
There was somebody sounded like they were a bit delayed. I muted them. But everybody else is unmuted.
So again, this is if you have questions or comments or testimony about the application. If you're already on the WebEx, speak up, you're not muted. And otherwise, call into the number that's on the screen and we will listen to what you have to say. Okay, Tommy, you want to put Okay, hearing or seeing no one.
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything further either of the two of you wish to add before we discuss and vote on the application? Ms. Culpepper, Ms. Balin, do you have anything you want to add before we vote on the application?
Nothing else for me. I'm very satisfied with the presentation of Christine. I'm super excited about this project and how it will enhance my home. And just want to address any additional questions or concerns that may exist so we can move forward.
Okay. We'll start discussion with Mr. McCullough.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am generally in support of this application. I think it's a good project. I think it's well designed. Obviously, there are limitations given to the location, but I think every effort has been made to try to come up with a design that works in the best interest not only for the current homeowner, but in the interest of anyone who might succeed her in future years. So I think it's a good design, and it's an interesting design, and I think it does complement the neighborhood and the character of the community. So I'm in support of this, and I think the variance should be approved.
Okay. Mr. Caulfield.
I'm in agreement with my colleagues. Erica, I would only ask that, since you're putting a new fence in kind of on Carolin Street, that you maybe not go with the plastic aspect of it, maybe just go with wood. I know it's not the greatest thing, aluminum or something like that. I mean, Christine is probably not a big fan of those two, but, just for the idea of better worlds. Thank you.
Mr. Church.
Mr. Chairman, I'm also in favor of the application. I think that the design is good. It's interesting. I would echo the requirement or echo the thought that as much wood that could be used would be better than the plastic. But that's a decision they will make as long as it complies with the plans and the historical commission's comments. So I'd be in favor of this application.
Mr. Moore.
I'm in favor of the application. I think that it will be an added value to not only improving the home, but the street that it's on. I also agree with my colleagues in regards to potentially a wood fence. And in regards to removing a portion of the fence, I certainly understand how it could be a hardship in terms of people on your property if there's a bus stop or if your son is playing basketball and you don't want the ball to roll into the street. So certainly understand that. So keeping all that in mind, I'm in favor of the application, and I think that it's a great improvement.
Mr. Simon.
I did not catch the beginning of the presentation. Am I still eligible?
Oh, no, if you missed part of it, no, I wasn't sure exactly when you joined. Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also in favor of the application. I'm with my colleagues and also with the HPC referral letter dated March 11. I believe the applicant has demonstrated the willingness to comply with the requirement. However, the uniqueness of this property in the corner makes it almost impossible to comply with the current requirement. Therefore, I'm in agreement. I'm in favor.
I'm in favor of the setback variance, as was pointed out, because of the distance the houses on Grove Street are from the street. There literally is not a conforming location on the property. They're following the line of the house with the addition, which brings it slightly closer to Grove Street. That's not going to be noticeable, and they are following the existing line of the house. I think we should be clear that we're for sheets Z4 and Z5, we're adhering to the sheet dated March 22nd, 2022. And I guess my instinct is that we should do the second condition of the historic preservation, that the fence be wood. It's a very short distance, the two proposed fences, and I think this is, particularly the fence on the east side of the house is very visible from to cars traveling north on Grove Street, and I think that it would just be more in keeping with the house itself and with the addition that's proposed to have that fence be a painted wood fence or be unpainted. That's up to them as to whether they just want to stain it or whatever. But any further discussion among board members? Oh, and I should add, it's not going to cause a substantial detriment to the public good or a substantial impairment to the zone plan. Any other discussion among board members? And if not, does someone want to make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve this application with the requirement that the applicant have their fence painted wood, as painted wood and not PVC.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Mr. Chairman, just if we can just modify it just to say that it should be a wooden fence rather than to say it should be a painted fence. So since the chair suggested that it could be stained or painted.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Moore?
That's acceptable.
Tommy, you want to call the roll?
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Mr. Caulfield,
Yes.
Mr. Church,
Yes.
Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Simon abstains, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Vieira?
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 5-0, 6-0, 1 abstention.
Okay. The next application is out of Ryan Deblis for property.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy.
Thank you.
136.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. 136 Upper Mountain Avenue. This is an application for a variance to construct a perimeter fence. The property is in the RO Mountainside Zone, is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 1 in Block 504. A variance is requested pursuant to Montclair Code Section 347-27B2 to allow a fence taller than the maximum permitted height of 4.5 feet on a corner lot in the RO Mountainside Zone between the street line on which the principal building fronts in the extreme rear corner of the principal building and between the side street line and the setback of the principal building. Another variance is requested pursuant to Montclair Code Section 347-27B2 to allow a 7.34-foot fence in the RO Mountainside Zone where a maximum fence height of 6 feet is permitted. Our taxes paid, and is the notice in order?
Yes.
Mr. Ryan Deblis, are you present? You're muted.
Okay, can you guys hear me? This is Ryan Deblis.
Yes, we can. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Ryan Deblis, 136 Upper Mountain Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042.
And Mr. Deblis, do you have a professional here on your behalf?
I do. I have my architect and engineer. His name is Babatuni Adewumi, and I have my fence contractor, Tilly Biba.
Okay, so are you going to offer testimony or are we going to go straight into the architect?
I'm going to send you right to the architect, to Babs.
Or the engineer, I should say. Okay, the engineer, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Babs, we can see you, but we cannot hear you. You'll need to activate your microphone.
By chance, Tommy, are you able to activate his mute button? I know you were able to do that for
No,
me.
I can mute and unmute him once his microphone is activated, but I cannot activate his microphone for him. Okay, his mic is active. Now you just need to unmute yourself, Babs, and then you're good to go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
My name is Babatunde Adewumi. I'm the principal of Babs Engineering PC. We're located at 930 Stuyvesant Avenue in Union, New Jersey, 07083.
And you're a licensed engineer and land surveyor in the state of New Jersey, is that correct?
Yes, I'm a licensed engineer, a licensed surveyor, a registered architect, and a professional planner in the state of New Jersey.
Okay. Oh, you're also a professional planner too.
That's correct.
Okay, and all your licenses are in good standing?
That's correct, sir. In good
Okay,
standing.
so you can proceed then.
Tommy, can you bring up the plan? Thank you. We know we have to bother you every time.
Just guide me through what sheets you want.
The site is located on the west side of Upper Mountain Avenue in the R-0 mountainside zone. The lot contains a 2.5-story single-family home with a detached two-car garage and a horseshoe driveway with access off of Edgewood Road. The lot is 200 point, I think it's 07, but I have 200 feet wide and 285.67 feet deep. All adjacent property are also in the RO mountainside zone and are improved with single-family homes. Our basic request in this meeting is for the board to grant us. You can still stay on the first page and just zoom in. Zoom in towards the project data at the bottom. let's say 6-foot fence. Our main proposition for a variance is we're planning to install a 6-foot high fence along the perimeter. That is going to be an aluminum fence along the perimeter of the property because of really to deter deer from coming into the property, because we have had a lot of issues with deer coming to the property, and then there's a lot of deer droppings, and then we are concerned about the health of the children that visit, on nephew, cousins, and then the dog too, because the dog has made it an habit to be going after the deer droppings. So that's the reason that we're here. We got because the property is located in the was more or less like a survey as part of the 1982 preservation Montclair inventory of the historic property as identified on the township online historic inventory viewer, and in the historic preservation element of the township's master plan. We did go through went through the Historic Preservation Commission, and then during the meeting, they made some final determination, and then we had a response to their final determination as to what they're proposing. They did propose a height variance of about 5 feet, but at the meeting, they mentioned that the minimum fence size required to deter any deer is 6 feet, and I don't know why they are proposing 5 feet. So that's the only thing that one of the things that we're not agreeing to as part of their reference or recommendation. And then the other thing is like we have on the left side of the property, even in the front of the property, the left side of the property is Edgewood. And then along those area, there's some existing hedgerow that will be in front of the fence. But in front of the property, we want to just install the fence and then the pillars as indicated on the drawing. I'm going to get back to both the historic preservation comments and then the engineer's comments. But meanwhile, I would like to go over the drawing itself. You want me to address this in full before I move to the?
No, just tell me what you want pulled up on the screen. I'll have it up.
Okay, that was the memorandum from them, and then I had a response also. I believe you have a copy of the response, right?
I have a copy of the response to.
If you don't have it, I can read it out.
I do. I have it. I'm sorry. Let me pull it up. So I have them both. Sorry, let me get them in the same window.
Okay. You want me to read it from you or read it from me?
So I guess I'll just go back and forth between the two.
Okay, you can leave their comments on, or if you want to go back from between the two of them. What I would do is I will. That's engineer's comment. 1 second.
Do you want me to pull up the engineer's comments?
Stay with their comments, and then I will. Then you can be going between the two of them, in terms of our response to the Historic Society recommendations. Pretty much, number one, they said there was no consensus among the commission on whether the height variance of the fence should be granted by the Board of Adjustment. And then our response was requesting for a variance of 6 feet fence, which is the minimum required height for deer deterrence as stated in your last meeting, which it was one of the board participants that mentioned that. There's only one fence type that is being proposed, because originally my client was trying to have aluminum fence on the left side of the property along Edgewood, and then on the right side of the property that borders the next door neighbor. And then in the front of the property, a wrought iron fence. But we later determined that the wrought iron fence was too heavy to be installed. So my client decided to have a single fence that's going to be aluminum fencing along the whole property. And then based on the engineer's comment, first comment, we did provide an elevation of the fence along the whole entire property. I'll get back to that later. And then number three, they said the proposed brick pier shall match the existing in all attributes and including cast stone, caps, and granite. This we're going to comply with because that's our intent, to make sure that they are the same height and nothing changes. Because the bottom base where the cap starts from is almost 6 feet, which is what the fence that we propose will be matching. The fence should not be taller than 5 feet, which is one of the things that we disagree with them, in the sense that they more or less stated clearly that the minimum required for their deterrence is 6 feet, and I don't know why they are proposing 5 feet. Existing pier shall be repaired and reported with appropriate mortar in place, which we're going to comply with, because that's our intent, because there's some repairs to be done on all the 4 existing piers. The 4 or 5, I can't remember right now. Edges shall be added outside the fence. As I said, there's going to be edges along Edgewood, as they have at present, and along the right corner of Upper Mountain Avenue. Those are the areas, and at the corner of Edgewood and Upper Mountain Avenue. Those are the areas that we're going to have hedges. The front of the property will be cleared so that somebody can see through the property from the roadside all the way up, as it is today. Those are the, we responded to that comment, and then we also responded to the engineer's comment. Tommy, you want to get to the engineer's comment? The first one, or the second one?
This is the more recent board engineer.
I have okay. Let's go to the more recent one, because most of the comment that was asked or requested for based on the engineer's comment, the initial one, we comply with everything except that we realize that we're not removing any of the trees. So, but the latest comment, if you want to go to the latest comment, you can bring that on the board so that they can see the latest comment. The first one says existing trees has not been mapped. The applicant indicated no trees removal is proposed. The site contains trees coverage along the perimeter, especially on the rear right corner. The fencing can be aligned behind the hedgerow on the subject project to ensure the hedgerow remains. That is what we intend to do on the at the corner of Edgewood and Upper Mountain, and along Edgewood Road, where we have edges right now, and at the corner of at the right corner of the property on Upper Mountain Avenue. So those are the areas in which we retain the hedgerows. And then he also mentioned that we should show then the construction access of along Edgewood Road. That is the access for construction vehicles if they want to enter the property, and we did that. And then the fourth one is the site does contain iron pipe, because the whole 4 corners of the property are marked out. And then during construction, we intend to, at a minimum, have stakes not more than 50 feet apart along the property during the construction of the fencing. Then number 5, it said silt fence that may address. Those are the things that were in the initial comments. And then number 6 was restoration of the disturbed area. And then we plan to restore any disturbed area with fertilizer, and then seeding. And then he also mentioned that if there's erosion problem, that we should try to mitigate it by immediate stabilization with sod, which we will comply with. The existing pillars as map encroach into the right of way of Edgewood. That is existing structure. Those existing pillars are encroaching, but our proposed fence will not be encroaching on the right of way line, because we plan to recess it back, since none of the pillars will be supporting directly the fence post. He also mentioned that the proposed pillar along Upper Mountain Avenue provide a zero setback, because we're lining up the front pillars along Upper Mountain Avenue for the what do you call it, the most exterior edge, which will be the front edge, to be along the property line, but the fence itself will be recessed in for about 9 to 6 inches, because the pillar is about 1.8. The number 8, the engineer's comment also says the existing width and height is provided. The depth is of the existing pillar should also be provided. The pillars are square in nature. They are 1.85 either side, so that's why we didn't note it, but we will note it on our drawing when we make revisions to the plan. Likewise, the proposed pillar dimension should be provided. The proposed pillar would be exactly the same size as the existing, so we're not changing that. The overall height of the pillars now is 7.27, and that can vary because of the terrain of the property, depending on if you measure from the high side or the low side. The high side may be 7.27, and the high side may be 7.27, and the low side, because of the terrain, you may get a 7.34. So those are the things that you may find along the existing pillar. And then number 9, he also mentioned the fence is now proposed as aluminum versus the initial submission of wrought iron fence. The wrought iron fence was just strictly for the front fence along Upper Mountain Avenue, but on the left side, rear, and then the right side of the property, we were initially proposing an aluminum fence, but now we're going to propose all aluminum fence around the property. The proposal of a 25-foot setback, that was, I believe, by ordinance when we started working with the town on how we should more or less lay out the fencing. That was why we had that setback, 25-foot setback. Number 12, should the application receive approval, a partial as-built survey is recommended. We're complying with that, in that all as-built will be all as-built fence will be detailed, and then the plans of the as-built plan will be submitted to the town, because we realized that after the approval of the town, we still need to submit to the construction department for permits. That takes care of the recent engineer's comment. Tommy, let me quickly run through the plans to the first sheet, which will be C1, pretty much identify the project data, which shows areas and everything. The most important thing in that on that sheet is our requested variance, which is requesting a 6-foot fencing along the perimeter of the property. If you scroll down a little bit on the same page, you have the 200-foot radius, and then you have the area map of the property, and then if you go and then on the right side is the zoning ordinance. That is on the right side, upper right corner. Okay, right there is the zoning map. And then on the second sheet, which is C2, pretty much shows the existing topographic survey of the property. That shows that water flows from the back of the property all the way to the front. That's the topographic of the property. You can see that there's an even terrain until you get to about where the patio is, and then there's is the holes area is elevated, and then you have the building also elevated above the even terrace. Terrain. We can go to the next sheet, which will be C3. C3 has two things: the existing topographic survey, and then on the right side is a proposed walk. If you look around the perimeter of the property, it shows us having an aluminum fence all around. And then you can see the 25-foot setback at the corner of Edgewood and Upper Mountain Avenue. The owner is really proposing to have fencing all around the property. But after consideration, depending on what the board approves, can you scroll to the right a little bit? To the right side of the drawing. There's an existing fence by the owner that comes all the way from the back of the property on the right side to about from the back to about almost the front edge of the property. And then the owner is probably considering just starting the fence, the new aluminum fence from where that one ends, and would stay within his property line and go all the way to the front. So there won't be any reason, because there was a concern about the trees, which we will eventually map out. But the thing with the trees is like we will make sure that no trees are removed. And then with that in mind, we're going to make sure that if we need to more or less jog a little bit just to avoid the trees, we will do that. And then if it happens that we have to remove any trees, then we may let the town knows, and then have some contribution to the tree fund if that is how the town operates. So, but our intent is not to remove any trees, because the fencing that runs along here now is not in contact with any trees. You can scroll a little bit to the same page, a little bit down. You can see that we add in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pillars, and then the edge row on the right side, we're not touching it because we are told to leave it the way it is. So that's why we moved the last pillar inwards. So, and then there's going to be edge row on the left left corner of the property. That is between Edgewood Road and Upper Mountain Avenue, and then wherever there's an edge right now, edge row, we're going to make sure that the remains, or if they are disturbed, they will be replaced. But all fencing will be behind the edge row. And then the next drawing pretty much shows soil erosion and sedimentation control measures. You can see the stabilization pad is the arch area with something like concrete that shows where we expect any of the trucks coming in to make sure that they don't bring mud into the public street. The purpose, that's the purpose of the stabilization mat. And then what we're doing really is not much of a big disturbance, because we're disturbing less than 42 square feet, because most of the disturbance will be right on point wherever we're going to install the pillars, which are those pillars that I mentioned before. Those are the areas that we're going to really be disturbed, because the pillar will just they're just going to be a big hole, then with the foundation and everything, and then the pillar stands up from and follow the terrain of the property. That's the soil and erosion control plan with the required details for silt fence, and then inlet control measures to make sure there's no silt going into the inlets if there are any inlets around that area. The next drawing pretty much shows the if you can zoom into the left, it's like we more or less like took pictures of all the properties 200 feet to the left of our PQ property in question, and then all the properties to the right. This is left side. If you scroll, keep scrolling towards your right until you get to ours. That's Edgewood Road, and then that's our property. And then below is all the properties 200 feet to the right. And then that pictures more or less like shows the left side of the building, how it looks now. The left side of the building again on a close-up, the front of the building. I'm not sure if there's any other pictures. And then there's a detail which I will come back to, which is there are two details that shows how the fence will look like after being constructed. That's the detail. And then if you have a close up to that detail, Tommy. You can see the height of the fence at any point is 6 feet, and it matches the base of the pillar, one of the base of the pillar, and that's our intent. And there's a fence post right by it. The pillars are independent and they are not attached to the fence, so that we won't be worrying about any structural damage to the pillars. And then that's detail C. If we go to the next detail at the bottom, okay, that's detail C. The next drawing pretty much shows, if you can zoom into the profile, you have to go. There are two profiles that we created. One started at the corner of on the left corner of the Edgewood Road, all the way to the through Edgewood to Upper Mountain Avenue, to the right corner of Upper Mountain Avenue. That's we call that profile line A, which pretty much shows how the terrain of Edgewood Road is. You can see that it slopes from the top to the bottom, which where the bottom is the is Upper Mountain Avenue. Then if you go to the next profile line, that marks the right upper right from the corner of Edgewood, from the left corner of the property through to the right corner of the property and all the way to Upper Mountain. That's why you have a longer profile. And then you can go to the detail on which is going to be detail B, because I marked out detail C, which I already mentioned. And then that's detail A, that is for the gated area, how the gates will look like. At no time will the fence height be more than 6 feet from the ground. And then that's the fence detail, and then that's the fence detail at the gate. And then there's, I think there's probably one more detail at the bottom. And that's the detail of the existing brick pier and cap. Because this is the size of the existing brick pier. It's 6.04, almost about 6 feet, because 0.04 is less than the size of a dime. So we can always say 6 feet. And then the size of the existing is 1.85, and then it has a square structure. So it's 1.85 wide and 1.85 deep, and the height is 6.04. But the ones that we're going to propose will be 6 foot at the same point. And then the extra 1.23 feet that you're seeing is just for the ornaments. At no time with the fence gate itself, we exit 6 feet. That's pretty much our presentation. And then the key thing is we're requesting for a variance to be able to construct a 6 foot high fence.
Okay. Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Babatunde, thank you for your presentation. Now,
Sorry to interrupt you. This is the rendering. I forgot. Thank you, Tommy, bringing in the rendering. How the front view should look like. You can continue with your question, sir.
All right, thank you. So my understanding is, again, now the intent of this project is because deer at times are on the property. Is that correct? That's really the primary reason for this?
That is it's not just the deer. We don't mind the deer. It's just the droppings that became more like an health hazard because the kids plays there and then they run into the deer. It's not really a protective measure to even say for security reason to prevent the kids from running out into the street. That's not even the first intent. The first intent is like there have been some couple of times that they have to even take the dog to the veterinary dog to make sure that it's being taken care of. So that's was one of the big issues, and then for health reason really, as opposed to being a deterrent for the children to run into the street or something. That wasn't even the first thought, but the first thought was for health reason.
Because of the deer. So just in terms of the deer, I mean, do they come from all directions? Is that what we're talking about? I know there's behind.
They come from all directions. You can't even say at times they crossing the Upper Mountain Avenue. At times you see them running across Edgewood. At times from the back of the property. Even at 6 feet, it's not much of a deterrent, but that's the minimum that is required. Because one of the questions or statement that was made by the Historic Society panel was like, "Oh, you may need at least 8 feet." Because and then somebody says the minimum that is required is 6 because we know nobody's going to buy 8 feet.
And I'm sorry, I'm the homeowner as well. I also just wanted to make mention, of course, to some degree, deer abatement is a primary concern. We get a ton of deer, and they come from every direction. I mean, 10, maybe 10 in the yard at a given time. We can't let the kids out, and we can't let the dogs out. Well, I realize that 6 feet is probably not going to solve that problem. We do realize that, and Babs can speak to this, but the height of the pillars and the height of the proposed fence would be, I suppose, in our opinion, historically accurate in matching the existing pillars on the Edgewood Road side of the building. And so we sort of arrived at 6 feet. I wouldn't necessarily say spuriously, but we do want our kids, since the property is primarily very front yard heavy, to be able, and the dogs for that matter too, to be able to utilize this beautiful property. Also in light of the fact that Upper Mountain and Edgewood are busy streets.
So yeah, thank you. So do you know, historically, was there ever a fence that surrounded this property?
I think there used to be in the olden days, there was some edges. Am I correct, Ryan? At the front of the property before it was removed?
There were I would say there were hedges. There wasn't fencing, but there was I would say 7-foot heavy hedging that was removed by the previous owner. I know that just from speaking to the previous owner.
So the pillars that are at the driveway, those are original?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so now all of the proposed pillars will match those.
Exactly, sir.
And then the proposed gate, is it 2 gates or 1 gate? I know it's a.
We're proposing one at the big entrance.
Okay.
And then 2 small ones.
All right.
Yeah.
And they will open inward.
Yes, correct.
To the property.
Into the property. Though we may need to make a little bit of adjustment, either to scrape down the ground because the ground goes from what do you call it, higher on the left to lower on the right. So if we try to swing a gate that is even, then we have to regrade that area a little bit to make sure that the fence can swing out properly. But on the lower end, we don't have any problem.
So are the gates, are they designed in a way that they could remain opened? Or they would open only for the purposes of allowing vehicle to pass by and then automatically would close? I guess what I'm asking is if they were to remain open, because obviously they would be very large gates, what would be is there something that would be built that would help them to remain sturdy and not eventually pull away from them?
It's going to be sturdy, and then we have an option of making it a motorized gate that opens when somebody approaches the gate, or it depends on the client, because the area is safe, very secure. It can be a gate that is pretty much that can be left open and closed when it's desired. Because we never even made a decision either. We want to make it a motorized gate that opens only when somebody comes in. But in terms of sturdiness and then rigidity, they will all be designed to make sure that it operates the way we want it to operate.
And I guess just finally, since I mean, all of the posts will be new except for the those that are original. I guess of the original are those going to be refurbished or?
You mean the pillars?
Yes. What kind of condition?
Yeah, the pillars, we're going to fix them, repoint. If bricks needs to, especially repoint, because we don't want to. There's also thank you, Tommy. There's also an historic marking on
right
on the right pillar, as you can see there. So our main point would be to fix any of the damaged pillars, and then the gate itself has nothing to do with the pillars. That's why we're making them independent. And then by making them independent, we make sure that any of the weight is not going to be on the pillar. So it's the fence post itself that we're taking the weight.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay, Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
Yes, Chair. Baba, what does that plaque say on that column?
I can't remember. Tommy, you have to help me out on this one.
All right, Tommy, what does it say?
Edgewood Terrace, 136 Upper Mountain Avenue. Something
okay.
Andrew or something.
Okay.
And okay.
It's historical. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, historical. That's why we can't touch it.
Yeah.
I think it was owned by the governor at some point, wasn't it?
Yeah, somebody very important. VIP.
Yeah, it's a historical. The site is a historical landmark in town.
Gotcha. Bubba, the hedge work along Edgewood Road, that's coming out, correct?
No.
No?
Any one of them that it's not coming out. We're going to put the fence right behind it. And then if it happens that in trying to line up the fence on a straight line, and then any one of those edges are disturbed, we're going to replace them.
Okay. Maybe why can't we continue that look in the front? Take the hedges, maybe move the columns back a little bit and continue a hedge line. Why not do that there in the front?
We lose the beauty and appearance of the structure itself, the building, because the building has been an open area. When you're walking around, walking in front of the Upper Mountain Avenue, you can just see the building itself. You can see the terrain and then the beautiful structure, and then to put an edge around it, because our intent is not really to enclose ourselves in. We want an open space. It's just because of the problem. I want to make sure that whoever is walking through, or you want to look through the building, you can always see the building in clear form from the front.
I mean, I passed the building quite a lot of times, and it is a very nice look to see the building itself. But now we're putting a fence up there, so I've kind of lost that understand. You know, like that is a pretty view to look when you drive by. But now we're gonna have a fence there, and I don't think you can eat your cake and have your cake and eat it too. You know what I'm saying? Like in that realm.
I understand what you're saying, but I think in this case we can. Tommy, can you put up the rendering?
What about lowering that fence to 5 feet? I mean, I know I don't know what the requirement is for deer. I mean, was there a study done for deer hopping over fence?
It's 6 feet minimum.
6 feet minimum? Is that a study that's been done by deer jumpers?
This was stated by the Historic Society by themselves.
I don't know if the Historical Society knows deers. Like, I don't know if they do studies on hopping over fences, but what about going with a 5-foot fence and then maybe lowering the columns and maybe not do the hedge work, maybe go in that direction? Any thoughts about that?
We talked about the whole thing, and then initially our intent would have even been to put 8 feet, because that was even what because there was a debate on what should be the height, and then I believe the chairperson for the Historic Society said that she lives what do you call it in the plains, and then the minimum that they used to have there is 8 feet. And then she was corrected that the minimum, because the person looked through the code book or something and said the minimum is 6 feet.
But that's the code requirement, not a
deer requirement. Yeah. How do we know, for example, are those columns going to be at the property line? Are the columns at the property?
The front of the column will be at the property line, and then at the property line, the front of it.
How do we know that the concrete underneath that grade isn't going to blow out and go onto city property? I mean, I know that's like kind of like useless, but like, how do we know? Why not bring it in a little bit? Why not? Why does it have to be at the extent there?
We can recess it 1 feet. That's fine if that's what.
It's just a thought. I mean, like, why do we have to go to the property line? I mean, did you think of bringing it in? Did you think that originally when you were looking at it?
We try as much as possible to follow what is existing right now, because even the existing encroaches on the right-of-way line on Edgewood. So what we did instead on this side is to make sure that we are right on the property line. But if you want us to bring it in 6 inches, we can do that, because I don't think the footing will be more than 6 inches, because I'll be designing this also.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
No, I don't, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
I do. So I'm looking at the Historic Preservation Commission's comments, and one of them did mention the fence. It says the fence should not be taller than 5 feet to relate better to the proposed brick piers, and a clearer elevation of the fence that removes redundant posts shall be provided. So I think, well, that seems like that's the Historic Preservation Commission's, that's a recommendation to have it as 5 feet instead of 6. But they also have, since this is a historic landmark, they have 7 recommendations on here. And would you address them?
No, I did at the very beginning. I can go over them again.
Nope. I think right. Because I heard that you also talk about how you would be kind of removing the grout, the proposed some of the grout to repoint.
That's correct.
Existing piers shall be repaired and repoint. Okay. I live on the street. I walk by there every day, walking my dog. There are a lot of deers over there. And so I can understand whether it's on Upper Mountain Avenue or Prospect Ave, you see a lot of deer and you see a lot of signs. I think that the fence is aesthetically pleasing. It does have a nice character. I guess, the question is, well, you mentioned that it's also like a health and a safety thing. So you answered my questions, which were for the Historic Preservation commission. Just keeping that in mind since it's a historical site and we want to maintain the character. Guess that's it for right now.
Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
Yes. What other tactics have you tried to mitigate the deer?
I can actually.
I can speak to that, Babs. Just as the homeowner, this is Ryan Deblis. We've kind of resorted to using a company called Deer Solutions, which it seems on good recommendation from many of our deer neighbors. And you know, it was interesting because we did a contract the first year that we moved here. We moved in about 2 years ago, and you know, we had them coming back fairly frequently. It seems at certain times of the year, the deer, they move, you know, they are just there and they help themselves, you know, pretty much to anything. And so on numerous occasions, we had Deer Solutions come out and do their, treatments. And then, you know, the fine print after speaking to, you know, a few managers there were that really it's not about deer abatement from preventing them coming on your property. It's really more just so that they don't eat your shrubs and your hedges. So what we found, at least anecdotally from using them, there was no difference.
The solution that they put down for Deer Solution, is it organic?
Yeah, I'm conscious to that. So is my wife. But all of it appears to have EPA markings and is supposed to be environmentally friendly. I think what they use amounts to, you know, some animal urine and some things of that nature.
Coyote urine.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, and that was it. Just that one company.
Yeah, correct. Deer Solutions was, we called around to a few different companies, and we found that Deer Solutions had a good reputation and had a lot of customers in Montclair. So we felt comfortable engaging them and using them.
Okay. You mentioned there's a fence in the back of the property on your neighbor's side. Can you say what the height of that fence is?
Repeat, sir.
There's an existing fence in the back of the property on your neighbor's side. Do you know what and you said your fence?
That's about 50. I think it was 54 inches, something around that area. 4'6".
So it's 4 foot. So it's within compliance.
Yeah, they are in compliance. Yes.
So do you not think you could be within compliance and follow the same line?
And then there won't be any reason for us to put, because even if we talk to our neighbor, they just jump over at will. It's not a deterrent. When they put in the fence, it was probably to just mark their property. I don't think they had it as a deterrent. But if you're looking for a deterrent, it has to be a minimum of 6 feet. Because with the fence there, they jump over from their property to our property and vice versa.
And I do know the neighbors well, and that fence, as a matter of fact, is enclosing their pool, which is in the back of the property.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to direct your attention to C3, drawing C3. Yeah, thank you. Can you describe how is the driveway used? So one's an entrance, one's an exit.
Ryan, help me out. I because most of the time I come in from the front of shoe and then go out from the other side. But the owner can pretty much say more to that. Ryan, how do you guys use the driveway now?
Yeah, sure. We enter on Edgewood Road at the horseshoe entrance at the top of the screen.
You mean the one at the back?
At the back, and we typically park the cars behind the building.
Okay.
Okay, so basically you enter from the entrance, I guess, farthest away from Upper Mountain.
Correct.
Yeah, so the proposed gate, is it a swinging gate?
Yes.
Rolling gate, yeah. Do you have any concerns that the elevation change at that area, it's about 2 feet elevation difference for 12 feet approximately?
Within the gate itself, if you can zoom in to one of the horseshoe. Can you keep on zooming in? Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. You can see there's about just 1 foot difference between the gates. It's not 5 feet, but
No, I
because the
said
gate,
2, about, yeah, so 1.5, right? So you go from
yeah,
84
1.5.
to 83.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So there's no concerns about, the operation
But
of the gate.
that was one of the reasons I said we may revisit the grading of that area to make sure that the fence can be full swing. We may need to regrade that area a little bit to make sure that it can be in full swing. But on the lower end, we don't have any problem.
Understood. Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess the second question is the proposed piers, they're independent of each other, right? So they're not connected with a structural.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the fundamental issue here. If, other than some things that members of the Historic Preservation Commission said, do you have any other information that a 6-foot fence will do anything to deter deer from going on your property?
We don't have any other information except that that is the minimum required height for their deterrence.
Okay, but that's what someone on the Historic Preservation Commission said.
I believe Tommy was at the meeting at that time. He looked it up, and then and because there was a debate that it has to be 8 feet, then he looked it up. It says it's 6 feet. I have to confirm that.
And Babs, and just to add, I do have my fence contractor. He's actually on the call. That Tilly, are you on the call here?
Yes.
I've spoken to a few different fencing contractors, and I'm a physician, so I typically look to the literature for recommendations. But my understanding from speaking to several contractors, including my current contractor, is that minimum deer abatement height is 6 feet.
Have you talked to anyone from Division of Fish and Game on this subject?
Yeah.
I have not, no.
No.
And as you indicated, there are deer throughout the area along Upper Mountain, Highland, Prospect, South Mountain, Boyd Road, etc. Why is your property any different than any of those properties?
Ryan, you're picking that up. It's not like the property is different from any other property along that along the Upper Mountain or Edgewood, but our main concern is health reason because many times the dog has been taken to the vet, and then we have children playing in the field around within the compound, and then it becomes an issue. So it's really for health reason. It's not even a deterrence to make sure that the children does not run out into the street. That's not the main concern.
But the concern is the deer and then the deer droppings. I mean, it's because the deer are on the property.
Sure, and also, with children and having the animals, our dogs, on the property, we'd like to be able to let them out and have it be, a safe place for them to play. Upper Mountain is unique in so much that, of course, most of the homes are sort of perched on the into the hill and are very front yard heavy, and so at this time we're really not able to utilize that front yard space with small children and animals, just for safety, one, and two, when there's 10 deer out in the front yard. I can tell you I've gone out on a few occasions to try and shoo them away, and sometimes they go quietly, and sometimes they stare you down. And so that's just one problem, we'd like to address. But also, we are a corner lot, and I think that, we do just get a little bit more, action on our lot than perhaps our neighbors do in talking to them. But
If you, I don't know how to do this. Let me deal with some of the other questions in terms of the reviews and specific questions. The construction entrance, can you go over that again as to where it's located and how you're going to, what's going to be required to provide for that?
Provide for what, sir?
The construction entrance. Are you going to, is there existing sidewalk or curbing that'll be damaged to provide for that?
We don't intend, but if it needs to temporarily and the sidewalk had damage, we're going to replace it, because the purpose of the construction entrance is really as a more deterrence to the public property. The key thing is like most of the work that we doing really are more or less like location digging. We're just digging for the piers, the rest, and then the posts. It's not like we over the property, but it was a request made by the engineer, so we had that in place in case any truck has to come in and then they have to get the street muddy in order to prevent that. So we have the stabilized construction entrance, and then in the process, if the driveway, if the sidewalk or curbs are damaged, we will replace it.
And will you mark out the trees and the line of the fence before you start, so you know whether any will need to be removed or not?
That is the first thing we're going to do. Once we approve, the first thing we do is to go and mark out the trees and then show that we're not going to encroach on them. There's about, I don't want to put a percentage on it, there's a good chance that we don't plan to. And that's one of the reasons that we even planning to start our fence to match the ending point of the existing fence. So we're going to make sure that we marked it out, and then if we really need to more or less like take out any trees which are out, then we'll confer with the tree department to make sure that we can contribute to the funds depending on the number of trees that's being removed. But we don't plan to remove any trees, but we marked it out.
Okay, now in one area you show your silt fencing going on your neighbor's property to the north. Have you talked to him about that?
Our first intent would be to get permission from them, and then if they refuse, we just bring the silt fence right along our property line. There's no problem regarding that. But our first intent would be to get permission from them.
And I can say that I've spoken to both neighbors, my neighbors to my right on Upper Mountain Avenue and to my neighbors directly behind me as well.
Okay. And did you, yes, and this has to do with my prior work experience and talking to the people at Fish and Game and fencing to keep deer out, is I'm going to be very surprised if the 6-foot fence does you very much good at all in terms of reducing the number of deer who visit your property. And partially from your own. If you're, if you're spending a lot of money for a fence, it's not going to accomplish your purpose. But are there any members of the public who have comments or questions about this application?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. So I was reading while the presentation was happening, I was reading a little bit more about deer.
Yeah, Mr. Vieira, the board's not allowed to do an independent investigation. They have to make their decision on the presentation by the
Right.
applicant.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who have comments, questions, testimony, anything to say about the application? This is your opportunity. If you're watching on TV or on the YouTube station, call into the number that's on your screen. If you're an attendee, we're going to unmute everybody's microphone and start to speak up and say whatever you have to say about the application. But we'll wait a bit to see if anyone has any comments or questions.
Everyone's been unmuted.
Okay, this is your one chance if you have comments or questions about the application. If you're an attendee on the WebEx, indicate you want to, speak up now. And if you're watching on YouTube or channel 34, call into the number that's on the screen.
Yeah, I have a comment. This is Len Brown, 119
Okay, hold on a
Yantacaw.
second. So would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
Leonard D. Brown, Jr., 119 Yantacaw Brook Road, Montclair, 07043.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my comment is that I agree with the last comment that 6 foot is probably going to be inadequate to even suppress 50% of the deer trap. I've seen them going 8 foot. I think that it might be better served, as a suggestion, to run a hedge line which does not have, a height limit across the back of the property to try and control them. Because I don't think a 6 foot fence is really gonna help much. And there is a good argument to keep them out because of the kids with deer tricks. That's my only comment.
Okay. Any other members of the public who have comments or questions about the application? It's your last chance. Either call in or say something. Okay. Anything either of you wish to say before we discuss and vote on the application?
No.
Well, I would just like to thank you guys. I know it's been a long night, and again, the 6 foot idea is, of course, probably not going to fix the deer problem, but I think that in keeping with the historic style of the home, the existing pillars, when we measured, it appropriately, that a 6 foot fence would be, aesthetically appropriate at the very least. Certainly 8 feet wouldn't, but 6 feet would. 4.5 aesthetically on those existing pillars would not be correct. And so I just thought I might add that. But again, thank you guys for your time.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. Caulfield.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan, thanks for the realism there. I have this thought in your head that you get this fence installed and the next day you wake up and there's a bunch of deer on your property. And I think that's going to happen. On Upper Mountain, all those houses have some sort of deer issue, and you're coming to the board to ask us. This is your attempt to try to remedy that situation, and it's a tough thing for me to just say yes, go ahead, do it. But I mean, as you stated, you don't have a front yard, a backyard. That's understandable. Your front yard your yard is going to be your front yard, and you're going to have a fence up there. Your kids are going to be playing ball. They're going to be doing all that understanding. I understand that. I'm from that world, so I have an understanding of that. If that's the case, if that's where we wanted to go, and the fence does go where it's supposed to go, I really want to hedge there. I don't want to see, I don't want to see your backyard, front yard. You know what I'm saying? I think you're going to have to lose the gorgeousness of driving by and seeing that house and the lot. If we're going to do this, I feel like you have to hedge it. I don't want to see it. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense to you, Ryan, at all, or no?
I guess I'm trying to. You're saying in lieu of a fence, you would offer.
No, not at all. A lieu of a fence. You get your fence, you move that fence back, but then you put a hedge there. I don't know. Like your front yard now is going to be your backyard in this house. If we're going to use that aspect of it, for me, I want it to be hedged. I don't want to see your backyard. I don't see my neighbor's backyard. You know what I mean? So, I understand the need for the fence and all that aspects of that, but you're gonna get for me, yes, okay, I'll give you that fence and the columns and all that stuff, but I want to hedge there. I don't want to see that anymore. I think you've lost the understanding of what that lot used to be of this house and this giant property, et cetera. But now we're going to put a fence up there. It's appealing looking fence, et cetera. But now I think it's better to have a hedge in front of it. I think the historical board, when they wrote that thing, is like put a hedge in front of it. I think that's right. So where I fall on this application is, if the entire board says yes, I'm on it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Church.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the purpose of putting a fence up to deter deer is not a good idea in any case, because they can jump 7-8 feet. And so that's not going to deter anything. But the idea of putting a fence up to enclose an area so that you can utilize it for your children and your animals is more appealing to me. And their proposal of a fence, of which they proposed to this board, is aesthetically very nice. It looks nice. It doesn't bother me that this becomes their backyard. That is not my concern. The concern is, aesthetically, does it fit the property? Does it fit the architecture of the building? And having driven by it several times, I do, going up that way, it does. It enhances. I think what they're doing is going up the side street. They're accommodating. They're trying to continue a look that's not offensive to the eye. The aluminum fencing that they're putting up is not offensive. It doesn't block anything. Yes, it's never been there before, but I think it's easier for the property aesthetically to put a see-through fence such as that with the attractive pillars than to put a hedge that can become broken, dirty, dead, replaced constantly, maybe not, but could be, where the fence becomes a permanent thing where they can utilize the property to their liking for their children, their dogs, and they're never going to solve the problem with the deer. The deer are going to find a way in. So to put the fence up, to utilize it as an area for use by their family and so forth, I find that makes sense. So I would not be opposed to it, and I would not be in favor of adding hedges after you put a fence up. I think that it's just, it just doesn't fit. So when you look at the property with the fence up from Upper Mountain Avenue, you have a see-through. You can still see the property. It still flows. The eye is not challenged, and therefore I would be in favor of the application.
Mr. Moore?
I'm in favor of the application.
Mr. Simon?
Also, with regards to the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendations.
Mr. Moore, that's their recommendation was that the height of the fence be limited to 5 feet. Is that what you're in favor of?
Yes. And I think that the applicant and his engineer and team did a nice job with putting this together. I'm in favor.
Mr. Simon?
I have not heard enough to justify the variance on the height. Everyone in town is dealing with the deer, and if by your own admission that the height variance isn't going to solve the problem, then I don't see why we should grant the variance. The design is nice. Everything about it is pleasing to the eye, but I think setting a precedent, it would set a precedent for something that doesn't solve the problem. So I would not be in favor.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also with my colleagues regarding I guess the issue that the fence is not going to solve the issues of deer getting into the property. Furthermore, the concern that I had was that the deer might try to go under the fence, so between the fence and the ground. So hopefully, the fence is the gap is short enough that that doesn't happen. But in generally, I will be in favor of the application, similar to Mr. Moore with the comments of the with the report that was sent out. Thanks.
Okay. My fundamental difficulty here is I don't think the.
Mr. Chairman, you did not invite me to.
Oh, Mr. McCulloch, I'm sorry. I had a note to go back to you and I.
Thank you. So, yeah, I tend to be concerned about maintaining the historical character and intent. I think that it's one of the reasons why I asked the question of whether or not there ever was a fence that surrounded this property. It seems to me that there wasn't ever a fence that just surrounded the entire property. Perhaps in a particular area, but not necessarily around the entire perimeter. And so it concerns me that that this is being proposed. Certainly there are other properties along North Mountain, Upper Mountain that some have partial fences or walls or gates, so certainly there have been a variety of designs that people have utilized, but for the most part, the street lends itself to a more open panoramic type of presentation. Certainly what was designed suggests that every effort has been made to try to maintain that. So I appreciate it. There certainly is a very handsome design. But the length of the fence along Upper Mountain is extraordinary. It's one thing in a sort of an architect's rendition, and it's another thing in reality. And so, my sense is that in reality, once that sort of fence goes up, that it will be more imposing and maybe perhaps not as historically complimentary. So I am concerned about that. I at the same time, yes, I certainly understand the problem of the deer, and as has been stated by a number of colleagues, deer are a problem. If not all of the town, most of the town. So I think I tend to lean not in favor of this. I think I lean more towards perhaps giving this some further study to see again whether or not all other options have been fully explored before a final decision has really been made. Because once that fence goes up, it becomes permanent at that point. If it doesn't really sort of lend itself not only to that property itself but to the character of that neighborhood, then that'll be a very unfortunate development. Mr. Chairman.
Okay. As I started to say before I realized I had left Mr. McCulloch out of the discussion, my concern is whether the applicant, as with all applications, has met the burden of proof. And, the reality here is there's nothing in terms of a C1 variance, that there's nothing unique about the property. Deer are a problem throughout, certainly this portion of town. And on the scale, they're a problem here. Before my office moved, I come back down, coming off of Eagle Rock Road, past the reservation, and, see half a dozen, 10 deers on property, on residential properties along the way, frequently particularly during some times of the year. So it's, if we're going to use deer as a justification, there are going to be literally hundreds, if not thousands of properties say, well, we want an oversized fence. There's nothing about the characteristics of this lot. Yes, it's a corner lot, but there are lots of corner lots. And then you have, if you look at it in the terms of a C2 variance, as several of my colleagues said, I'm not sure a fence is doing anything to enhance the property. I understand their desire to have a usable area for their children to play, for their pets to go out, but there's probably solutions that are less than fencing the entire property. This is, as Mr. McCulloch says, a very large fence over what is currently a very open area. When we've allowed deviations, it's been the two that I can immediately think of where there were existing above requirement pillars, and we allowed the gate at those pillars to be higher, but we didn't allow an entire fence. At least one of those properties was a corner lot, to go around an oversized fence to go around the entire property. So, and probably not particularly relevant, but I don't think they're solving the problem they're trying to solve, and spending a lot of money, and then I think they're going to wake up and see just as many deer a lot of the time. And I certainly understand the health concerns, not only the deer droppings, but you have deer tick issues, but other than getting rid of the deer, period, there's I don't think there's any getting away with that. And I think building a fence of a height that would actually deter the deer and, would be unacceptable from a zoning point of view. And then you have the problem of you're moving the deer to somebody else's property, and you start a chain reaction and setting a precedent and say, well, you let them do it to keep the deer out. And suddenly we have 8-foot high fences throughout significant portions of the town. And I think that you end up with this being a substantial impairment to the zone plan. The township wants to allow higher fences in certain areas for certain reasons. The thing to do is amend the zoning, not deal with what is a non-unique problem on a particular property. So any further discussion among board members? And if not, does someone want to make a motion? And let me say one other thing, which is not going to be it's going to be the opposite. So the ordinance requires 4.5 feet. The Historic Preservation Commission came up with 5 feet, and the difference between 4.5, I mean, argue either way, the difference between 4.5 and 5 feet. Clearly, neither is, it's going to make it 5 feet is not going to be better for keeping deer out than 4.5 feet is. But I'm not sure where they came up with that number. I mean, they seem to be aware that you need a taller fence for keeping deer out, but I don't know. But either is any further comments, and if not, would someone make a motion? We can't sit here in silence.
I'll make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move non-approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, Tom, you want to call the roll?
Mr. Harrison,
I'm in favor of the motion to deny. Yes.
Mr. McCullough,
Yes.
Mr. Caulfield,
Yes.
Mr. Church.
No.
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 Okay, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore.
No.
Mr. Simon.
Yes.
Mr. Vieira.
No.
Okay, the motion passes, so the application is denied.
Okay, we're going to take a break until 10:30, and then we'll hear the last application, which hopefully will be quicker than the last two. Okay, see you everyone back at 10:30.
All right.
Okay. The next application is that of 114 YBR LLC. This is an application for both variances to construct in addition to property located 114 Yantacaw Brook Road. The property is in the R11 family residential zone. The property is designated on the township tax map as Lot 86 and Block 4805. Variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-45B1 to allow a front yard setback of 43 feet, 3¼ inches, where 46.28 feet is required. Variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-45C1 to allow a side yard setback of 9 feet, 11¼ inches on the south side where 10 feet is required. A variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-45C4B to allow a principal structure to be 73.46 of the width of the lot frontage, whereas a maximum of 65% is permitted. Are taxes paid, and is the notice in order?
Yes.
Okay.
Who's present on behalf of the applicant?
We have Juliana Blackburn, who is the attorney, and we also have Israel Delgado, who's the architect. I've made them both.
Let's start with the attorney. So, Ms. Blackburn, are you present?
Her mic is inactive. Ms. Blackburn, if you could activate your microphone, please. Still not hearing you if you're speaking, Ms. Blackburn. Your microphone is still not active. Oh, I think she's sending some messages. Oh no. It looks like the architect's microphone is active currently, so maybe we can swear him in first and then.
Yeah, but this is an LLC. We need an attorney.
Oh, okay.
Unless it's a single member LLC. But I mean, if the attorney's present, we need to hear from the attorney.
Okay.
Ms. Blackburn, can you hear me? Okay. There should be a switch on your computer. There's a microphone that you should be able to switch on. No luck.
We still can't hear you.
Can't you just call in on the phone?
There is somebody calling in. Let me.
I'm back.
No luck. All right, that's not her.
Ms. Blackburn, do you want to try calling in?
Yeah, let me get the number on the screen for you. You call this number and use this access code. I'll keep an eye out for a phone number and then I will unmute you. Oh, I'm sorry. I realize I'm not sharing my screen. I have the number up, but I'm not sharing my screen. It's not very helpful. I apologize.
Ms. Blackburn, do you see the number to call in?
All right.
Hello?
Mute. If you have another device, you can mute. So if you're watching on your computer, mute your computer.
Hello?
We can hear you, but I think you need to mute your computer.
I don't have any other device.
Your computer's on because we can see you.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes. It is echoing. So you need to mute your computer.
Turn the computer
Yeah.
off.
What about now?
Seems to be
There we go.
working.
Okay, so I turned down the speakers. I apologize
Okay.
for that. This is my second time using WebEx. The first time was with the Historic Commission, and it worked fine, so I don't know what's happening. But good evening, everyone, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Juliana Blackburn, and I represent the applicant. Today, we have a presentation concerning a one-family dwelling that the applicant is seeking to alter, to have some alterations to the first floor and add a second floor. The footprint of the building is not going to change, and the relief that's being sought in this application, the variance, is really a function of the existing condition of the property. I have two professionals tonight, two experts that are going to testify. First, I have our architect, Mr. Israel Delgado, and then I have Mr. John McDonough, who is our licensed planner. At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Delgado, our licensed architect, to provide testimony and to go over the project with the board.
Mr. Delgado, are you present?
Yes, good evening, everyone.
Mr. Delgado, hold on one second. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address.
Israel Delgado, staff architect representing Alfredo Trevino's office. We're located at 690 Lawrenceville Road, Lawrenceville, New Jersey, 08648.
Ms. Blackburn, are you going to qualify Mr. Delgado?
Yes, I can. Mr. Delgado, could you please tell the board what your educational background is and what licenses you currently hold?
Yes, I'm a staff architect, educational. I hold a bachelor's in architectural from NYIT, and I have started master's at Columbia University.
Okay, are you a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey?
No, I'm a staff architect. My principal is the licensed architect, Alfredo Trevino.
And have you testified before boards before in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, I have. Yep.
Okay, and you're familiar with the plans that you're going to testify
Correct. Yes.
tonight?
Yes.
Okay. I submit Mr. Delgado as an expert in the field of architecture.
Yeah, we'll just note for the record, he's not licensed in New Jersey. Is that correct?
No, he just testified that he isn't.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we're going to allow him to testify with the understanding that he does not have a licensure. He has some specialized knowledge. He has familiarity with the plan, so allow him to proceed.
Understood. You can
Okay.
proceed, Mr. Delgado.
Okay. So basically, I want to basically start with the comments that we received from the historic preservation. The variances, stated by the lawyer, we're falling within our the bulk variances are conforming. There's one that's very minor, that we're off by a couple of inches, I think, that we have from the report. But basically, the ones that I want to address right off the bat was the Historic Preservation Commission, bullet 1. We played with a few renditions. The bullet that they came back to us with the comment was number 1, and it read, "The commission generally agreed that the proposed house was attractive, but that the architectural style and scale were out of character with the surrounding area." Now, I thought that was obviously a valid point on their end, given that this was a style that was manipulated even as a style on its own. It was a ranch that was basically the style that we proposed, that we came up with, was the raised ranch style, which was actually a style that was brought upon the need of expansion. The family needed more space, And actually, that's the same place that we find ourselves today. Our client approached us, and when we initially started to look at the plan, the existing conditions, the only place that we could fulfill her program is if we added a second story. So when going back to that comment, looking at it from an architectural style and a scale that they believe were out of character, I did assume that they were talking about the original raised ranch style, and I think we were able to accomplish that with the second, with a couple of design intent ideas, which we'll present and I'll present in a few minutes. But number one, I think I was really interested on what they had to say about the style, and I think the way that I approached it, I think it will capture that, as you can see throughout the presentation. Moving on to number two, I did take that into consideration, and I'm not sure which exhibit it's on, but Tommy, if you could show the original design that we proposed. I don't know if we kept that on there. That is the original design that we proposed to the commission itself. And the comments were, if you read comment number 2, was remove the 2 small gables on the right side of the roof line. And then what we're presenting today as the final rendition is on the other one, Tommy, that one. So I thought we played with a few massing studies of the third comment, of the jumping over to the fourth comment, was considering incorporating a hip roof on the right side rather than a gable. I played with a bunch of massing studies of that house, and I believe that what we had in the first design of the overall gable, taking their comment into consideration, eliminating the 2 smaller gables, I thought that was better than going with a hip. I thought we had nailed our client's vision, and what we're presenting today. I think that was where we felt best. Going on to number 5, maintaining the existing window divisions and the replacement windows. Again, the style was important to us in the beginning. More importantly than that, going back to the client, we felt that we had no problem going. I think we had proposed the 6/1 originally, and we removed those due to the comments, and we kept. The client was happy by keeping the dimensions and doing away with those. Also satisfying what the commission had stated, and I think they did that comment was also something that made this design a little bit more appealing to the client as well. So we did incorporate that comment into there. Did not. If you could help me with this, John, I believe I was not. Number 6, the recommendations by Mr. Connolly. I believe I saw it. I don't have it here. But yeah, number 6, we approached it. I don't have that report.
This
It's on the
report
screen.
was sent to the to the applicant team. I'm not sure if you were copied on that email, but I believe it was sent to Juliana when it was issued.
I think Juliana could address that after. So just going back to what I was saying, as far as the floor plan goes, if you could go to A1, I'll just kind of run down what we proposed for the footprint. Yeah. So as mentioned by the lawyer, we are just, really filling in the void of what is already existing with the client's program. The basement plan, basically, we're just gonna be remodeling. It's a finished basement. We're just gonna be remodeling it a little bit, demolishing something. I think she had a smaller bathroom and placing it on the other side. So she wants a little more open space in her basement. So we're not really doing much as far as, and we're not going out on that side because the addition that, or the sunroom won't have any, the footprint's already existing on that sunroom. So we're not doing anything on that side. First floor, the client has an expanding family. So it was important to her that, and I believe she says she entertains. So it was important to her to have a little bit more of an open area, open concept where she wants, the kitchen to fall nicely into the living room. And so I think from the plan, we were able to achieve that. And then finally, if we go down to A2, all the bedrooms, everything occurs on the second floor. And I think from program and from the client's expectations, I think we've met that nicely with the layout and what we have here. Again, we're not going outside of what's already the footprint of the home. We're just proposing to go up a story. And in this case, from the historic preservation's comments, they had nothing, as far as I know, they had nothing on the interior or anything. So I think, by addressing what I just went over on those points from their end, I think we've established basically what the program and what the client expects here. So that's basically the home. If you look at the elevations, back to what we're proposing, the other one, Tommy, there. Again, we did a couple of things like the returns on the roofs. We made them more to the period, to the style. There are differences if you look at the old home to now. I wanted to emphasize the entrance a little bit. So we are obviously proposing a little bit of a railing change there, and then the metal roof coming out. So I just wanted to get your vision not from really focusing on the fact that this was the original style of this home was rooms and a basement on the first floor and then a raised level where the bedrooms would be. And so your eyes really draw you to the elevation of this home, and more specifically the garages. So my intent, my purpose, and talking to the client was let's try to drive the vision, or try to drive your view onto the center of the entrance there. And so that's why you'll see this metal roof hang there. And it might not be immediately in the area, meaning to the left or the right neighbors of this specific, where the home is. But if you go within the vicinity and of 114, you'll see that this kind of style, material style is becoming the norm. So this is if you drive by this home, it might be something that I believe, I don't know what road it was, but if you drive within that vicinity, you'll see a lot of these coming up. I believe it's and when I was coming up for a design for the client, we spoke about a lot of things that she liked, and a lot of the inspiration for this home came from the vicinity. So it's nothing that I'm presenting, bringing new to the area, and that's what I have.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Thank you. You caught me by surprise. I didn't know I was going to go first. So, Mr. Delgado, can you tell me what was the layout of the first floor? I know that the property currently is unoccupied, but what was the layout of the first floor?
Tommy, if you could go to A1. Yeah. So I apologize for the line weight there, but if you could see the demo plan, which is the very light hatch or dashed lines there. On the first floor, originally there were 3 bedrooms. The bathroom was right where the half bath is. Actually, you can see where we proposed to demo that in. The kitchen was a little bit more closed in, and there was a fireplace in the living room, so you could see the line work there. Yeah, in there.
So originally there were, you said 3 bedrooms on the first floor?
Yes.
You said? Okay. And so now it's, I guess, somewhat of a more open floor plan, except for the existing office, right?
That is correct. Yes.
And all of the bedrooms are now would be moved up, proposed for the second floor.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I mean, you made the comment about the homeowner being interested in the sunroom as a place for entertaining. Although I guess sort of my reaction is the whole first floor seems to be entertaining space, but that's just my observation. The proposal of doing a 2-story structure. I know that in terms of the rendering, it shows that it gives the appearance that there's a lot of land on either side of the actual house. When in fact it's pretty narrow on both sides, I think. And so how imposing would this be? I agree with you in terms of the neighborhood. There's a lot of a variety of housing stock, and you can clearly see the evidence of a number of new houses that are now 2-story properties, and et cetera. But just sort of given the proximity of the neighbors on either side of this, how imposing would this structure be in that space?
I think the way that I approached it, from my analysis of the site itself, the fact that it's already there wasn't necessarily, it's gonna not gonna really impose on the side yards because of the neighbors. Now, the one study that was particular in this case was obviously the sun study, to see if it was going to cast anything on the neighbors. Luckily, the neighbors' sides both have really high roof lines, and so when this second floor was introduced in that specific lot, it did not cause anything that would immediately raise a concern. So to answer your question, the second floor, the most important thing that I ran was to see if it was going to do anything particularly interesting to the sides, and no, it did not.
So I lost the last part of your comment.
I said no. The most imposing piece that would have happened would have been something casting on the neighbors, but no, it did not impose on that part. No.
So thank you. It seems as though what you've done in terms of the second floor design for windows, again facing either of the neighbors, you've minimized the number of windows that overlook those properties. Is that correct?
That is correct. I did so specifically on the right side elevation, because there, I felt like she's going to be utilizing the sunroom, which is the purpose of that is obviously to go in that space and have some open, backyard views. And so I didn't think the need was to put too much on that side, and that was the side that I felt would have. You could see more of the neighbor from there.
And on the first floor, again, on either side, looking at the neighbors, you haven't added any windows on either side.
No. No.
Okay, so those represent existing windows,
Correct.
approximately, and the same size.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that your original design was 6 panels over 1, but the historical commission suggested the alternative, and you're in agreement with that.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that a hesitant yes, or is that a?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And is that, I mean, when you sort of, again, sort of survey homes within that neighborhood, the style of windows is what's being proposed consistent with sort of the style in the neighborhood, or is it a deviation?
Well, the original proposed design, I felt it was stronger in the vicinity. It was stronger in the presence of what's in the area. But taking the historic comments, I did some some studies on the actual windows, and it did by doing it this way, it did bring it back to that style. It did bring it back to the raised ranch that was basically what I felt the commission was focusing on, and running those different styles, and you can and Tommy could switch it over to the original proposed, and the client agreed that it doesn't do too much to the design, but it does bring it back to the style. So we found a medium in there. I think there was renderings of the original, Tommy, on the second page. Sorry.
Yeah, the first page.
There, that one.
Delgado,
That one.
I have a question, Mr. Delgado. Isn't
Yeah.
it true that the house that's standing there right now has double pane windows?
Yes. Yes.
That is why the historic board suggested that you design the windows in the new revised drawing versus the 6-pane window, correct?
They felt that way. Yes. Yes. That was the
Thank you.
comment. The comment
Thank
was
you.
let's bring it back to the original, kind of. Yes.
Right, to the original of what is existing right now, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's helpful.
Um,
I don't
Tommy,
think
do you have I'm sorry, Mr. McCullough, I just wanted to see if Tommy had a picture of the existing house as it sits here today. Thank you.
Okay. So okay. So obviously the shutters will be gone, and that stone facade in the front is being changed also, right?
Can you repeat that?
The stone,
Yes, yes. The
That's
stone is getting it's going away.
yeah, okay. And what will be the material for the roof?
The roofing, just I think what we decided was on just regular shingle.
And that's consistent with the other houses nearby?
Yes, with the exception of the front entryway is going to have some metal roofing on there. Yes, there you can see it, right there.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Tommy, can you do that planner's menu, that picture of the front house again? On the planner's memo?
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
All right, Tommy. Mr. Delgado, when the house to the left of our house did a modification, maybe put a second floor on that, or like did something to that house to make it more livable, like for the growing of the family. Did you look at that and try to modify this house in that line?
They have really high roof lines, and I think what they did there was a dormer condition, and I did not fulfill my client's expectations nor program. And the rooms were going to look I mean, at that point, I think I would have insisted on a first floor remodel complete than going up like that. So to answer your question, yes, I did explore that. It just didn't fill my client's expectations.
Did you look to do any, expansion in the back in some way to also give some room? Was there any look at that as well?
No, my client was strict on not adding on the square footage of the home. We just wanted to see and explore everything that could be done with the existing footprint.
But we are adding square footage on this home, right?
I meant actually adding new construction, new footing or basement, crawl space, whatever, any of that had to actually include that new construction. So I proposed a few ideas, and I think she had even brought up the originally to go on a second story, same footprint, go up.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
Yes, the existing building, your addition is not going to change the footprint of the existing structure, right?
That's correct.
Going to stay that. She's just going straight up.
That is correct.
Okay. Is the addition going to be higher than the building on the left or at the same height?
I believe we did a study on the elevation, and I think there's a percentage or medium that we have to. But I mean, 35 feet is the zone there.
Right.
But we're not going 35 feet. I'm not. I think it's on one of the pages. Tommy, if you could switch to it. One of the pages we did the study on the elevations as per. I think I got it from someone in the town, so you could see all the different heights that we have to due to the grade, elevation, and stuff. And I think we're plus minus 30 feet is what we propose. If you could see it there.
Right. 30.5.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions.
Yeah. We're not gonna go higher than the neighbor if that's also a concern.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
Have you factored in any additional, if you need additional drainage for the property?
Well, we do definitely have additional. Well, with the actually that's a good one. The gables are the smaller gables, which actually were going to be a small concern, and I addressed that with the client's contractor. But no, we will not have additional. All the gutters are pretty much existing, but we are gonna add, believe, a couple new gutters in the back because of the gable that's gonna come off now in the sunroom. But it's not gonna add anything. The roof lines aren't gonna do anything special to call for a need of that.
Just, keep that in mind as you're on a slope and you're building up. Even though you're staying in the same footprint, as you're enhancing the house, I think that you should also enhance, the systems that are connected to it. And the house is older, but you're modifying it. So I think that will be important, especially for your neighbors. And I see this style of the house becoming more prevalent in that area. I know on Alexander, which is right at the intersection of Alexander and Yantacaw, there's a kind of like a house that looks very similar to that, and I think a block away. So I think that think it's a nice modification and just, yeah. Is there anything, did you get any recommendations from the town engineer or Historic Preservation Commission?
I'm just gonna about the board engineer did not review this because they weren't increasing the impervious coverage on the lot, but it was reviewed by the HPC and the HPC's consultant.
And their comments were?
I can pull them up again. Give me 1 second. So this was the memo that the architect went over at the beginning of his presentation, and then these are the comments from the Historic Preservation Commission's consultant that he went over during the HPC hearing.
Have you addressed any of these comments?
Yes, yes. Are these the historic preservation comments?
Okay, okay. Yeah, I think earlier in your report you addressed them, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. Well, no more questions at the moment.
Okay. Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
No, no questions.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Have your neighbors seen this? Do your neighbors? Did they have any comments? Maybe at a later point we'll ask if there's anyone in the audience that has anything to say. But just wondering if they were how your next door neighbors, maybe the one to the right that has a smaller footprint, how they feel with this being built.
Well, I can say that I noticed everyone, and I have my information in the notices, and no one has contacted my office. And I don't believe no one has contacted the applicant. I know that there were some discussion while the house was being designed before we filed the application, but we haven't received any feedback. I'm sure they may be here tonight to share their thoughts.
So in the case of the consultant for the Historical Commission, there was a reference to the special visual character. Can you speak to that? I'm not sure what that reference meant.
Where are you looking at?
It's in paragraph 1. It says the overall architectural character, etc., alters the building's identity and its special visual character in the district. What does that mean?
I think they were just trying to place this place this within the. To be honest, I took it to be that I originally looked at the building and based it on a different time period, and I didn't find anything special with it. I didn't think it even needed to keep its character. That's why you'll see on my first design for the first one, I really didn't keep any of the character in it. And so I never looked at that question or comment, but I did take the comments from the Historic Preservation Commission, and I thought those comments were a little bit more into what can be achieved.
Well, I think the comments recommend that it is a ranch style house, and your addition, or you're gonna lose that characteristic. I think that's what they're talking about.
It's a ranch.
Agreed.
It's a raised
Agreed.
ranch.
Mr. Delgado.
Yes.
That's what I think the commissioners meant. You're changing the character. It's a ranch. With this new proposed design, it's no longer going to be a ranch. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I want to continue with the questions on the historic preservation, and I just want to make sure I understood your comments as to the commission's comments, and then I want to go over their last suggestion, which confuses me and I think confuses you, but maybe we can get it straightened out. So number 3 of the Historic Preservation Commission says center the 2 second-story windows on the right side. Did you do that?
So that was a question I ran over with the client, and yes, we will be doing that. Currently, if you look at my proposed, it was a conversation after the fact that I had this rendition done, and this will be centered. So you'll see that it'll be centered within the existing windows. So the
So you're going
upstairs.
to move the windows closer together as
Yes, I'm moving them closer together. Yes.
Okay, and you said you would maintain the existing window divisions and the replacement windows, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then we have this 6th comment, which is not what they've usually been doing, which says abide by the recommendations contained in their consultant's report. And I'm struggling. I'm going to want to go through those with you and see what your understanding is. The first one is the one you just did in terms of it's not consistent with a visual character, and I have editorial comments on that, but I'll do that in my remarks. But then it says applicant shall consider simplifying the roof form, exterior cladding materials, and the window types. Now, the roof form, there were 2 specific comments in the HPC, one of which you did, one of which you didn't do, but I assume you didn't do anything. You're not doing, and the window types were addressed in the comments. So you're doing anything besides what we've already discussed in the Historic Preservation Commission comments?
So like I mentioned before, the massing studies I did on the roofs, I did take the returns off. I felt like they were going to be a little too much. It was going to be it didn't clarify the roof lines for it. So I took the returns off, which also simplified it, and you could see in the new rendition. But I did not do the hip that they were requesting. I thought the design was stronger this way. And again, if we look at samples of raised style ranch, this is a very typical roof line design.
Okay, and then the 3rd comment in the consultant's report is avoid wrapping casing around window. All windows shall have historical sill, apron, and drip cap. Are you going to comply with that?
The client and I discussed that, and I said that, and she had mentioned that I don't think we have a problem with that. That was just a style that, like I said, I drew a lot of inspiration from the vicinity, and so I thought that that would be a more appealing and design aesthetic for the client. But yes, we definitely went over that one, and I think she has no objection to it.
And the 4th one is it is important to keep the glazing light proportion in the proposed windows vertical. And that I believe that's what we discussed before. And is related to the maintain the existing window divisions. This goes beyond that.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, we addressed that. It's going to be the same windows that were existing, and not changing the proportions or anything. They're just going to be brought up. You can see on the front elevation, shows it more.
Okay, and then the last comment is that the stair newel post traditionally stops at the lowest stair tread, not at the lower landing. You have a comment on that suggestion?
That's a construction. We do it either way. We have an office standard to do it this way, but if they would like to end it at the end of the stair, I don't think we're gonna have an issue there.
And my last question, which is probably irrelevant, but it's my curiosity. So I saw you have an appeal pending with the Essex County Construction Board of Appeals. What, does that have anything to do with anything we're considering, or is that a different topic?
No, that's not us. All right, at least I don't know if that's
That's a different topic.
Okay, it's definitely this
Thank you.
property. Okay.
It is this property. It's a separate issue. It has nothing to do with this application.
Okay. We're going to unmute all the microphones of the public. If you have any questions, testimony, statements, anything you want to say about the application, this is your chance. If you're watching on the Montclair YouTube channel or on channel 34, we will put up the phone number to call. So if you're watching on WebEx, you'll be unmuted and speak up quickly. And if you're watching on YouTube or on the TV station, call in that number and, again, try and do it quickly so we give you a chance to participate in the hearing.
Ms. Blackburn, do you have an additional witness?
Yes.
Yes, I
This is
do.
our
I have the
planner.
planner that's going to be testifying as to the variances that we're seeking in this application.
So
I
you
just
wanna
want to
hold-
see, I want to see if we have any public who are interested at this point.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna unmute everybody now. All right. Everybody online is unmuted.
Yeah, hi, this is Len Brown again. This is Leonard D. Brown Jr., 119 Yantacaw Brook Road,
Okay, hold on
Montclair,
one
New
second.
Jersey, 07043.
So we're just doing questions now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you have a question, if you have a comment, you're going to wait till the planner testifies. Do you have a question currently?
Yes, I have a question. My question is that the statement is that the house is going on the same footprint as the lower floor, but the actual variance is asking to change the actual dimensions to change the footprint from 65% usage to 78% usage, and then also to alter the setbacks on both sides of the house. And if it's going straight up, I'd like to know why we haven't discussed that.
I can hop in and speak to that. I believe the planner is going to discuss that, the variances, but they're not increasing the width of the principal structure. It's a non-conforming width of 78% of the property width, and they're maintaining that, but because they're building an addition, the addition needs that variance. And it's the same with the side yard setbacks. They're keeping the side yard setbacks, but the addition needs the variances for those side yard setbacks.
The
So
Okay, next question is, in that case, if we're keeping the original way that the house is now that I look at across the street from me, why was it that the architecture didn't conform to the historical recommendations where the roof, typically the ranches on this road and even up on Heller and around the neighborhood, these ranches are, the roof is raised and then they dormer the roof, which maintains the look of a ranch. This is going to stand out like a white elephant on this street. It's going to totally change the complexion
Mr. Brown,
of my neighborhood.
Just ask a question right now. You have an opportunity to make a statement after the testimony is all presented.
Yeah, why wasn't the architectural approach to raise the roof and dormer it like most of the houses in this neighborhood?
Mr. Delgado, if you can answer that question.
Yep. I definitely approached it that way in the beginning. But looking at her program, looking at my client's program and her expectations as to room sizes and all, dormer wouldn't have achieved that. And again, the houses in the vicinity, most of them, the ones that I observed at least, I believed maybe that's what they tried to accomplish at first, and maybe they weren't successful with it. So I thought that this design, not only did it accomplish meeting my client's program, but it also accomplished going back to the historic preservation comments, which was to bring it somehow back to the raised ranch style, and that roof line didn't call for hip or gables or I'm sorry, dormers. So I did explore what you're mentioning. I just felt that this roof line made a stronger design intent and it met my client's expectations.
What would be the difference in the square foot from following the historical recommendations and maintaining the ranch look compared to what you've proposed?
The complexity of the interlocking roof lines. We have a hip that's going to meet the gable, and in the back, we're also obviously keeping the raising that sunroom as well, which is also part of the bedroom. I believe we put the master.
So aren't you replacing the entire roof?
Yes, we are.
So that wouldn't be a concern if you were to follow the recommendation, would it?
I explored those. I did the hip analysis. It just was not going to be an appealing, and it was not going to be something that would make a big difference to our design.
Wouldn't it have fit into the neighborhood better as was recommended?
I think if you, I mean, like I said, the houses that I used as precedent studies on them, I felt like these were stronger design intentions, and I think they're the most up and coming in that vicinity. Maybe not in like I mentioned earlier in my presentation. Maybe not to the left or to the right, or maybe not even on that street, but within that vicinity. Maybe neighbors in the back. This is something that drew my attention, and it was something that met our needs.
But wouldn't it?
Maybe I can help.
The people that are on the street be a concern?
Yes, no, they definitely. But again, I think we just had a program to deal with, and our design called for the roof lines that we're showing. If we were to do anything else, I think I wouldn't have felt comfortable with the design, and I think this is what the client was happy with.
I have a question for you, Mr. Delgado. I do. Mr. Delgado, didn't you have a different roof line altogether when you did the first when you presented the first plans to the Historic Preservation Commission?
No, I think it was I kept my roof line since the program was fulfilled. The only changes of the actual roof were the gables, the small gables. I did away with them. I'm saying that I did explore the comments from the commission, but it did not do anything to the design that would call for a big impact from it. And so I felt like this was the stronger design.
Okay, but the commission recommended that you remove the gables, correct?
That is correct. Yeah. Yeah.
And you did so, correct?
Yes.
So you did follow some of the recommendations of the Historic Preservation Board. Isn't that true?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So it wasn't just your idea. You followed what the board recommended based on what you previously presented, correct?
Yeah, I took their comments and I felt like they were good. Yeah.
I just need a yes or no, sir. Just
yes.
Thank you.
You want to call your next witness?
I'm over here,
I'd
Julia.
like to call Mr. John McDonough, our licensed planner.
Mr. McDonough, are you present?
Yes, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is John McDonough. It's spelled MC, capital DONOUGH. My office is in Parsippany, New Jersey. And I am the project planner, and my license is current and in good standing.
Okay, Ms. Blackburn, you want to proceed with Mr. McDonough?
Should I just take it away?
That would be my suggestion.
Here I go. Until someone stops me, here I go.
Just go ahead.
Okay. Tommy, if you don't mind, while I'm speaking, just put my exhibits there. Thank you. We tried to give the board a little snapshot of what's happening here from a physical planning standpoint. I think this is actually a pretty straightforward application from a zoning standpoint. Whenever we look at a zoning application, we look at the degree of departure from the zone scheme. And just as a reminder here, I'm sure the board well knows 2 stories are allowed in the zone. The height here fully complies. If the applicant were to take this second story and I'll say pinch it so that it was 65% of the lot width, that aspect would be conforming as well. But I don't think it serves any real practical planning purpose. If the applicant took an inch off the rooftop on the right-hand side, that would also comply. I don't think there's any practical planning purpose there. And then also the front setback, which is really a continuation of the existing condition. The applicant could move that front setback on the second level back 3 feet and basically be fully conforming as far as that second story goes. So the degree of departure is really not substantial here, and that's something we factor in. I know our interested party had a concern about that second story from across the street. I get it, but a second story is allowed here. And the applicant is really asking the board to move on minimal relief. And I think our applicant has done a really good job here in responding to the Historic Commission. The plans that you see that Israel just showed are not the plans that were shown to the Historic Commission. They've evolved, they've been revised based on the input of the Historic Commission. I think the Historic Commission actually did a really good job in the recommendations that it made. That said, I tried to put together a couple of snapshots here. We floated a drone up in the air to help you get a sense of the character of the neighborhood. It's a pretty well-defined neighborhood, as you can see. You've got a pretty consistent prevailing front setback. The building is not out of line with that front setback. It's basically continuing that front setback. And you can also see we need relief for the building width, but it's pretty clear cut that this building width is not going to stand out as I think it was Commissioner McCulloch used the word imposing. I like to use the word obtrusive, which means noticeable in an unpleasant way. I don't think the width of this building is obtrusive in any way, and basically continuing what's there. If we can scroll down, Tommy, just to the next couple slides, we took a couple of extra perspectives just to help sort of bring the board onto the site. This is a view looking to the north. You get a sense of the scale of that building to the left and the building to the right, and how this site does sink relative, particularly to that building to the left. Can you slide up, Tommy, to the next one, frame number 3? Sort of the reverse view now. We're looking now down to the south, and again, you get a sense of that really strong neighborhood pattern. You can see our interested parties' homes, the line of homes across the street there. And also, if you look behind, we do have some newer construction. I think it was Commissioner Moore who mentioned something about compatibility with newer construction in the area. And you can see that's sort of reflective of the trend to have I'll say the living level on the bottom and the sleeping level on the upstairs. And that's really what our applicant is looking to do here, is to alter this home that's there, work within the confines of the footprint. I think that's certainly consistent with our planning goal for efficient use of land, not taking down a single tree to expand its living space here. And again, certainly working within the envelope of the building that is presently there. Finally, Tommy, I think this next slide is sort of a home run shot here. It's a top-down view. That brown roof building is our building. You could see it's relatively smaller in footprint than that which is around it. Going up, not out, is certainly not going to create something here that, again, in my view, is obtrusive in the context of the area. We need some relief for the setback on the right-hand side. It's only an inch off, so it's really within the realm of de minimis. We need relief for the front building setback, but you can see that this building is not sticking out, I'll say, like a sore thumb closer to the street than the other buildings on the street. And then we need relief related to the building width relative to the lot. And I think you can also see that there's nothing excessive here about the building width relative or comparable to the other buildings on the street, but it's just going to be a nice blend. bringing this second story up. If we could go one more up, Tommy, I think this one, yeah, takes you to the ground level. You can see what's happening with this building relative to the building to the left. You heard Israel say this is not going to take the roof line above what's happening to the left. I think our applicant has struck a good balance here in terms of blending with the building, blending with the neighborhood, and that's really what planning is supposed to be. We also have to take landscape into consideration. We've got some nice mature trees in the back there that give a good framing effect. So this building, again, for that reason, is going to, I think, blend the built environment with the natural environment and not appear, use that word again, obtrusive in the context of the neighborhood. And then finally, Tommy, I think we just basically you get to see Israel's picture again. Nice, simple, clean lines here. I think the Historic Commission did a good job in getting this to where it needed to land. I was really happy to see our applicant respond to those comments. And I'll just let that hover here for a moment while I run through the proofs. I'll be really quick because I don't think there's a lot here. This is one of those applications where both the C1 hardship criteria and the C2 balancing criteria both apply. I think the board knows that either one, C1 or C2, need to be met. As far as C1, that's the hardship criteria. This is almost spot on with the case, the benchmark case that dealt with hardship in terms of adding a level. There's a case known as the Harley Row case. I usually say that wrong. Probably am saying it wrong. Harley Row, which was to add a second level to a barn that was non-conforming. And again, it was a non-conforming structure relative to setback like we have here. And the court found that I guess it was appropriate in the context of a hardship to extend those lines. Let me just mute this here so you don't have to hear my phone loading. Okay. Also, with respect to C2 balancing, this is a better zoning alternative for the property. This is the newer aspect of the statute. When I go outside of New Jersey, I can't use C2 balancing, but here in New Jersey, we can apply the balancing of whether this represents a better zoning alternative for the property. Here, I think modernization of this home, respecting the historical character and the context of the neighborhood, has struck that good balance. On the positive side, home improvement certainly adds value and quality to homes, which in turn has a ripple effect in adding value and quality to the neighborhood. I think these before-after slides show that this is going to beautify the building, bring it into harmony with the colors and the lines here into what we see with that adjacent building. Certainly going to improve the living environment for the people who will occupy the space. And I think all of those purposes advance, all those benefits advance purposes of zoning in the land use law, but especially purpose A, promotion of the general welfare, purpose I, promotion of a desirable visual environment, and purpose M, which is efficient use of land. Again, I've liked this application from the get-go because it works with what is already there. On the negative side, all relief can be granted without creating any substantial detriment to the area or any substantial impairment to the zone plan. The building, the photos show the building footprint is one of the smallest in the area, and there are larger homes that have influence of this on this property. The mass and scale is appropriate, and as I said at the outset, the project is in substantial compliance with the bulk requirements of the zone. No relief needed here for height, no relief needed for coverage, no relief needed for floor area, and no relief needed for setbacks except for the 3-foot setback encroachment in the front and the 1-inch encroachment on the side. All said, I think this application has landed at a good spot, and those are my proofs on the record. I'll yield here. Tommy, if you want to take that off the screen, that's fine, and open myself up to any redirect or cross by the board.
Okay. Okay, Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Caulfield?
Yes. I have a quick question. If you could eliminate two of those zoning codes, like the first one and the second one, and modify that house, what would that look like to you? You know, like, I mean, like the 10-foot is proposed and you're at 9.5 and 11. What's the big deal of moving in to the 10 to that side? I mean,
It's Commissioner Caulfield, it's probably subjective. My feeling is it has a much cleaner look, simpler lines, straighter lines here, which it's probably more architectural testimony in terms of the overall proportionality and balance of the building here. But I would just offer that this is a better zoning alternative, a neater look than to have those jogs in the building that would cause that conformance. But I don't think really serves a practical planning purpose.
okay. A quick question on the principal structure percentage. Are we at 78 or are we at 73.46?
Thank you for that. This is the relief I have here, because I didn't give the board the numbers I should have. The building width, 73.46% versus 65%, which is the same exact thing as the existing condition. We're not making the building any wider. And then just so the board has it, side yard setback 9.9 versus 10, and front yard setback 43.25 versus 46.28.
Okay, thank you, John.
Okay, Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
I have no question.
Mr. Moore?
No questions.
Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Vieira?
No questions.
Okay, I have one, which is the opposite of what Mr. Caulfield was asking. The building width, the reason the township adopted that ordinance was to prevent McMansions. And I know in one sense this is not a McMansion, but it's a very different feel for a one-story building, a ranch-style building, to exceed the 65% versus a two-story building exceeding the 65%. It's the two-story is much more visually imposing. Why do you think granting that variance is not a substantial impairment to the zone plan, which was trying to avoid this type of larger building dominating the area, and particularly in the context of what the neighboring properties are?
Good question, Mr. Chairman. And I think the answer is, it goes back again to the degree of departure. 73.46, approximately 8.46% above what's allowed here. The bulk of what we see on the second level in this rendering here would conform. It's only that additional 8.6% that would not conform. So I think, although not spot on with the zoning requirement, I think we can find that the application is in substantial conformance to the extent that the intent is met, that this is not going to violate any planning goal for providing adequate light, air, and open space. Particularly on the left side there, you can see the roof does pitch away from the neighbor to expose more of a sky plane. So again, I would just offer that the basis for this, looking at the package as a whole, strikes good balance, proportionality, without violating any of those intended purposes of intrusive, imposing structures that take away from adequate light, air, and open space.
To save me a little trouble, the width of the house is how many feet?
I'm going to have to ask Israel for the exact dimensions. I don't have my architectural plan up, and
It's
I do have it here.
58, 9.25 is what we have.
And 52 would be conforming?
Yes.
So it's 6 3/4 feet wider.
Yeah, it's if you could go to A.01, Tommy. Yeah, and zoom in. You could see it there.
And since you foolishly injected yourself, did you give any consideration to having the second floor being, you know, just the 52 feet wide?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Did you give any consideration to having the second floor just being 52 feet wide and be conforming rather than just matching what's below?
Oh, yes, I did.
And you decided not to do that? Why?
Mostly because of the program. We arrived at a program that that the client needed the layout that it did, and so it calls for a cleaner overall, just cleaner design. I wouldn't have just done the 6'7" on one side. I would have tried to divide it up equally somewhere. But it wasn't going to be as clean as what we're
doing it. You would logically probably would have centered it rather than.
correct.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. McDonough? Okay. We're going to open it up to the public, and this will be both an opportunity to ask questions for Mr. McDonough and or to give statements or testimony concerning the application. If you're watching on.
Can you hear me, Tommy? Can you hear me on the computer?
Yes, but you have to turn the device off.
Okay, can you hear me now clearly?
We're still getting feedback.
Hold it.
They can hear you.
Turn that device off. You're off now?
Hey, are you still there? If you want to, okay. So if either the person who was trying to talk to us can call in the number that's on the screen, or if there anyone who's watching on the Montclair YouTube station or on channel 34, you can call in that number. And this is, again, you either ask questions or give statements or testimony concerning the application. And Tommy, is everyone unmuted?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted myself. I've unmuted everybody that can be unmuted. And I don't see any active mics right now. The person who dropped out, I have not seen call back in.
Okay,
oh, here we go. Now somebody has unmuted themselves. Oh. They just muted themselves again. We had an active mic there for a second.
Hello, in the meantime, this is Len again from 119 Yantacaw.
Okay, hold on a second. So I need to swear you in this application. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Go ahead.
Yes, I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. I think that the approach to the house is going to stand out tremendously from all the other houses. It's really going to be imposing upon both houses on either side, as well as obtrusive from the other side of the street. In order to be able to have reduced that contrast change to the house. If they had left the stone facing on the front of the house and designed that into the new addition, it would have fit in with the stone faces on the majority of the houses, the ranch houses, which have stone on at least half of their houses on the street. Being that big white thing, it's just going to be ridiculous. That's my comment.
Okay. Are there any other members of the public who have questions or statements concerning the application? Tommy, did you see a name associated with the person who was?
I did not. It was a telephone number. Let me see if. Oh, we do. Let's see if we have somebody. Hello?
Tommy, can you hear me? Here I am
But
again.
we're still getting an echo, pretty bad echo.
Turn your computer off. Okay, all right.
Hello?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That works? All right.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Turn that off. 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 Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No echo? Okay, yeah, my
There's-
hand is up.
There's still an echo. It's not as bad.
All right, do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
Well, state your name and address.
My name is Kip Siebert. 13 Yantacaw Brook Road. Hey Kip, how you doing? I'm gonna hang up my phone. I'm not getting through on the computer for some reason. If I hang up my phone, I may lose you.
Don't hang
I
up your
will call
phone.
back. You gotta turn the computer off and just use the phone.
Yes, don't hang up because then we'll lose you.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the computer off. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Damn it, now I've lost the computer readout. You don't need the computer. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we
You
we
hear me now?
loud and
Okay,
clear.
okay, gotcha. Okay, good. That works. All right, I don't have a picture anymore, but I can talk. All right, I'm Kip Siebert from 113 Yantacaw Brook Road across the street. And I have a number of questions. I've tried to get in for questions before and it didn't work. So whoever this, my first comment would be that I look at this house from across the street. I think the pictures do not really do justice to what's happening. That house is raised up on a hill, which is probably 10 feet high. So the 30-foot height that they're talking about above it is really much more imposing on the houses around it because it's sitting up on top of a hill. The pictures that were shown from above, are you hearing me? Am I still on?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, the
Okay.
pictures are untouched.
The pictures that were shown from above, if you look, he commented that the footprint was larger on the ones around it, that this is the smallest footprint. Those other houses have a larger footprint because they were expanded, and they were expanded laterally rather than vertically, which is an option that this house has. It could expand laterally. It doesn't have to go up. The house to the left of it at 116 is the one house in the neighborhood that has been raised to have a second story. Otherwise, up and down the street, they're all one-story buildings. That house to the left, which was done with dormers and sloped roofs, is much less imposing. They're talking about not going higher than that roof, and that may be true in relation to the peak of that roof. But the roof itself slopes down, and the second floor is sort of hidden because it shows up in dormers and not as a straight second floor. That house was remodeled. I've been here 20 years. It was remodeled before I was here. And it was, and it was really well done because they gained the second floor and gained the extra footage, but it doesn't really look larger than the other houses. The people here have characterized this new design as a raised ranch. And I really have a question about that. Now, I'm a builder myself. I'm not an architect, but I've got some awareness of this. I don't see how this looks like a raised ranch at all. It looks like a colonial, except that it's got this new look that is popular in town with the clapboard on the bottom and the board and batten on the top. But it looks like a box, which is more like a colonial than like a raised ranch or anything akin to that. Yes, there are some other houses in the neighborhood on Alexander Avenue in particular that have been done in a similar architecture, and this style is popping up all around town. I have seen it in numerous places. We have even constructed it in places that were more appropriate. But here it doesn't fit at all with what's going on around it. I think when this is done, those shots that you take from above where everything looks kind of even, if you can imagine an extra floor being on that thing, it's going to stick out like a pimple sticking up in the air beyond everything else. I feel like I'm going to be looking out my window at this giant thing that is sandwiched in between two structures. It's right out to the setbacks on each side. It's even over by an inch on one side. It is 73%, which is, 8% larger. I agree. I don't see why they couldn't have at least shrunk the second floor down and made it somehow more graceful than just this big box. The times that I have been in front of you guys, and I have been in front of you guys a few times with clients, the question that always was put to us was about need. It seems to me the question that we always got was, why does this need to be done? And I'm not hearing why it needs to be done other than the people would just like to have more space. I agree with the concept that one of you folks brought up, that by letting this stretch out to the full width, that second floor makes it feel much more massive. So I don't see why the second floor couldn't have at least been reduced and done in some way that maybe brought roof lines in and stuff and just made it more attractive, made it look more in keeping with the neighborhood. I know that in this neighborhood, there are houses that have been blown up like this. If you go up on Heller Way, and there are areas where the houses have all been taken over and done, and maybe that's what's happening here. Maybe this is the first one that comes in and does it, and now they're going to start blowing them all up. But I like this neighborhood. It was built in the 50s. It has a character of its own. I would like to keep it that way as long as I can. I think the houses are very graceful and have a low profile. And I would appeal to the board to consider that when you're looking at how you view this. The 65% is the big rule. I think that's the one that's most imposing of the variances that they're asking for. The setback, I agree. The setback is what it is. It fits in with the houses around it. But it is sandwiched in between two houses, and now it's just going to be this giant thing that sticks up. So that's my comments. I'm looking and see if I've got anything here. I'm trying to make notes. But I think that pretty much covers what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other members of the public who have comments or questions concerning the application? Okay. Seeing or hearing no one.
I wish at the way this is. I wish you guys could come and look at the way this sits up on the hill, because when you put 30 feet on top of a 10-foot hill, it's a lot higher than 30 feet from street level.
Yeah, I concur with Kip. It is on top of a huge mound. The property is a mound, basically, that it's built on. And the big question is if they got away with being able to non-conform to the 65% to begin with, why do we now compound that by allowing them to get away with it on the second floor where it's actually threatening the other houses on either side, not to mention being an eyesore the way it's designed?
When the house was built, the 65% was not in the ordinance. It's a
Right, but it
relative.
is now. It is now.
I'm-
It is now, and they're asking to go past that on the second floor, and it's going to look much larger up there than it does down on the ground. I know they take those two dormers off the front. That's supposed to make it look less massive. I think it actually looks better with the dormers, quite honestly. It's massive either way. If you're going to be massive, at least make it pretty. But it's just not in character at all.
Are there any other members of the public who have questions or statements concerning the application? Ms. Blackburn, do you have anything further, or do you want to sum up?
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I think that I may have just muted her on accident because she called in. Let me.
Okay.
Ms. Blackburn?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to provide a small closing. Basically, what we have here is a house that is a non-conforming use, and we're building up. The applicant had a completely different design. This applicant listened to the Historic Commission by changing the windows, changing the roof line, removing the dormers in order to fit the current character of the ranch that is there. This property, some of the houses that were designed in the 50s are just not, it's not the way modern families are living today. The first floor is an open floor plan. Most homes today are being built with a open floor plan because families want to cook together, eat together, and just be together. The way that the house is, the way it currently exists, the vacant home, it's just a house with a lot of little small separate rooms. The applicant is seeking to raise her family there. She has 2 boys and is seeking to have open space and have a home office as more people are working from home than ever before. And although we're building on a 1950-something house, this house falls in line with the way people live today in 2022. The house, if you notice, the historic board comments were six comments were reduced to 6 comments that basically were addressed by the architect in order to listen and to follow their recommendations. The house it's the way there's houses, even the residents testified that there's houses around. It may not be right next door. It may not be right across the street, but there are houses around that neighborhood that are similar to this house. And the architect testified this house is not going to be taller than the house next door. So while it appears that it's going to be this massive house because of the way the architectural renderings are depicting and it's white, it really is not moving beyond the footprint that exists. And the roof lines were changed in order for the house to be less imposing and as per the recommendations of the Historic Board Commission. So for those reasons, I think that this application could be granted and that we provided the proofs necessary to overcome, to grant this variance, in that the positive criteria certainly exceeds the negative criteria, and the residents right next door where this house is going to be, they're not here tonight objecting to it. I understand the gentleman across the street doesn't want to see this big house, but the house right next door to the left is a 2-story house. And so this house conforms to modern living of what families want to live like now in New Jersey, which is an open floor plan, a nice kitchen to be able to have family time with their families. So for those reasons, I think we met our burdens, and I'd ask this if the board could please approve this application. Thank you.
We'll start discussion with Mr. Church.
Having seen the property, I have to agree that it is going to be imposing. I don't believe it fits the character of the neighborhood at all of what they presented. Therefore, I'm going to vote no on this application.
Mr. Moore,
This is a tough application because although I like the design, I also hear, you know, people in the community and their concerns. I would almost like to see them kind of come back with something similar, maybe not so aesthetically evasive, um, with the current like existing structure now. So something that looks similar to next door, where the dormers, where you're still able to get a second floor, you're still able to get that space, but it's camouflaged a little bit more, and it may be better perceived. I understand that there are a couple of new homes in the area that look like this one, and yes, 2022, more people are looking to go up and build their homes larger instead of moving, because it's a great location. But I may want to see you come back with something where you can have the second floor, you can get what you want, and it's also not so evasive. Well, let's say evasive to some of the neighbors.
Mr. Simon,
I'm generally in favor of the application. People are very limited in how they can expand their homes. So I appreciate the fact that they did not make the variances or the dimensions any worse, other than the visual aesthetics of going up in the air. But I think they did their best. They revised their plans with the recommendations. So I'm generally in favor. The applicant did make efforts to make everyone happy, which is never going to be the case. So I'm in favor.
Mr. Vieira,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm generally in favor of the application. I see that the proposed changes are very attractive. I hear the applicant regarding the challenges of having a family in 2022, working from home, and so on. So I'll generally be in favor. Thank you.
Mr. McCullough.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I walked around this property. It was mentioned by one of my colleagues, and I felt just with the existing property building that's on the property that it felt pretty squeezed in. So it was helpful to me to hear one of the neighbors indicate that at least one of the houses adjacent to, if not in fact both of them, expanded. And that perhaps explains why it feels a bit compressed. And because that clearly was a feeling that I had. And so when I used the word, when I described it as imposing, that's just how I felt. And looking at what is being proposed here. And it is boxy, and the color doesn't help. I'm not sure that the yellow would be any better, but but the color doesn't help either. Um, I really I'm reluctant to be an absolute no on this. I kind of feel like Mr. Moore, that it would be helped by having perhaps a little bit more work done on the design. Because I certainly understand, you know, that the homeowner feels the necessity of expanded space. I certainly understand the open floor plan. That certainly is very common. There's no question about that. And you know, and yes, I think there certainly is the possibility of expanding the house in the rear, but the backyard is also very limited. So there aren't a lot of great options. My preference would be, I guess my lean would be to encourage some additional work on the design before the final approval. And so I don't want to be an absolute no, but it's hard for me to be an absolute yes at this point as well.
Mr. Caulfield?
Thank you, Chair. I was in today. I was in West Orange, like we have here, a bunch of split level houses. The big difference between that location and the one in Montclair is that there's 40 feet between the two houses. So if you wanted to expand the house, go up on it, you can, and not have any interference between the two neighbors. We don't have that. I mean, we have less than 8 feet to the property line, but yet they still wanted to go up higher on that. It's just not, you just can't do that. If you go on Heller, they're bigger lots, so you can go up on those. You can take those split levels and go up. If you go on Yantacaw going towards south, they're bigger lots and you can go up. This lot is not like that, and it has to adhere to its size. So I'm a no. Thank you, Chair.
Just bear with me 1 second. Okay. This is, on lots of levels, a very difficult application for me. This is a property I've probably gone by probably 2,000 times in my life, walking, riding my bike, driving, grew up around the corner. Parents built a 2-story house, 2 houses in from the corner. The 2 houses, the corner house and the house next to us on the west side are ranches. The 2 houses on the east side are ranches, but the parents built a 2-family, which I moved in when I was 6 years old and lived there for many years thereafter. And so I'm well familiar with the neighborhood. I mean, I'll start off with what Mr. Caulfield said. The houses on Heller, Capron, they're in a different zone. They're in the ROA zone. Different properties, and I don't view them. You go down Yantacaw and you have this stretch where it's virtually all ranch style, single family. The addition on the house to the north, it still presents as a 1-story house. You have to really pay attention, realize it's more than that. But then you go down and the house that's on the north side of Heller Way, you start then, virtually all the houses are 2-story. There's the one ranch at the corner of the park on the other side, but that's older stretch of Yantacaw is 2-story houses, but generally they're bigger lots. Let's do this. The front yard variance, I don't have a problem with. The houses all look about the same distance. There are slight differences. But, this house does not stick out as being closer to, noticeably closer to the street. So I don't have a problem with that. The slightly more than 1 inch side yard variance, I don't have a problem with. I suspect that whether it was just the siding or the surveyor made a little error, but I, don't have a inherent problem with that. It's the width of the house, and there have been other instances where we have allowed people where the existing house is exceeds the width, and we've let people put addition, go up a story. I'm not immediately thinking of one where we've let them go up the whole story, other than the houses on the very narrow width lots, the 30-foot wide, where there isn't a lot of choice. I'm struggling for the justification for the granting that variance, where you end up with, as been indicated, a very blocky looking house that some deviation from not going all the way across, I think would have improved. There is some difference, the part that's over the garage, but I'm having problems justifying, particularly in the context of why the ordinance was passed, of taking a house where the width makes sense for a one-story ranch-style house. But, realistically, if someone had come in on a vacant lot of this size, we would have said conform to the 65%. Don't build a new house at 73 or 72%, whatever the number is. And I'm not sure a whole second story should exceed the width. So, as I said, I have no issues with the front yard and side yard variances. Though I suspect if we deny the width of the building variance, that they will conform on the side yard, but I'm not going to get hung up over some less than 2 inches deviation. Okay, any other discussion among members of the board? If not, someone needs to make a motion. We can't go home until.
I have a question, right? So any construction going up is going to require a so if they have a new construction that doesn't go to the same dimensions, then they would not need to come back for that width variance if it was within, even though it's an existing condition. I don't know if I said that right.
If once, let me find. Okay, so they're entitled to have 52 feet wide. If anything on the second story exceeds 52 feet, they need that variance. They could move it in on the one side by 2 inches, and that would be conforming. They could move it back by, I forget, it's 3 feet, 4 feet. And not, I think that's a little hard to do, and not need any variances. The choices are to deny it totally, approve some but not all of the variances, or approve all the variances. And if we're going for approval, I didn't go through, there are conditions from the Historic Preservation Commission, most of which they said they were going to adhere to, that I think we should impose, but we should get to that point first before we discuss conditions that end up being irrelevant. I'm not saying they will be, but
if we voted no, then they that would not preclude their coming back to us at a later date with.
Right, they'd have to come, they would have to be different, but they would certainly could come back with a different proposal.
But there's two. Jay and I are kind of the two no votes in that situation. But I can speak for myself. Is that if we go through the variant, I see your point. Going through the variances, the first two are acceptable, but then we can deny the third and then move on. Is that the thought process? I don't that I can do that. If that makes sense.
So then, could you make a motion doing that?
Do my first motion. I mean, I'll make a motion. Sure. Yeah, I'm not a motion type of. Okay.
You've now become a full member of the board.
Yeah, I know. It's hard here. I move approve. Montclair Code Section 34745B1. And I move approve Montclair Code Section 34745C1. And then we'll vote on that, and then I can go take the other one the other direction. Is that okay with the board?
You could do it in a single motion if you choose.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. That's what. And I look to deny Montclair Code Section 34745C4B.
Okay, just so that everybody's clear, that the motion thus far is to grant the requested front and side yard setback variances, but to deny the lot width variance.
Okay, second.
Okay, and just let me suggest some conditions that are relevant anyway, that it would be conditions 3 and 5 from the recommendation of the Connolly and Hickey, the board, the consultant, and in the space of 30 seconds, and it would be also conditions 3 and 5 of recommended by the Historic Preservation Commission. And I understand the testimony is they were agreeable to doing those. Are those conditions acceptable to John and I guess Mr. Simon made the second?
Yes, for me. Jerry?
Yes, agreed.
Okay. Okay. Tommy, you want to call the roll?
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Yes.
Mr. Caulfield?
Yes.
Mr. Church?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Mr. Vieira?
Yes.
All right, that's rolls. That's unanimous.
Okay, before we adjourn, and very, very, very quickly, so COVID numbers are going up. I watched the planning board and saw 2 members wearing masks, the attorney wearing masks, and a bunch of people sitting very close together for several hours in a row. And I just don't feel comfortable with going there at this point as COVID numbers are going up. So unless there's a strong dissent, and I hate these virtual meetings, and I'm going to a live meeting tomorrow on behalf of a client, but I just don't see doing it at least the way the town is setting up the meetings. The public, it's actually okay. I went and actually observed and sat not, within 30 feet of another human being, but I just don't see us all seated there together, breathing on each other for, in the case of tonight, almost 5 hours, and not having and feeling safe about doing that. But I don't know if other people have different views, or I think we should wait until COVID numbers go down again, and maybe they'll stay down for once, he says, with little real hope.
I fully agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a wise direction.
Any other discussion? If not, someone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Good night, all. See you
Good
in a
night.
couple of weeks.
All right.
Good night.
All right, thank you.
Okay.